Keep on running TRMZ love. Love the content, Paul. Keep it up, TRMZ love.
Congrats to Congo. What? On what? Getting beat in the next round? Excuse me. Hello everybody, I hope you're all good. Thanks for coming in. Hello, I'm back to 2 weeks of regular schedules. I'm here. I don't know what's going to happen Wednesday because there's a football game on at 5 PM in the UK time. An early game. England are on Wednesday at 5, so I'm hoping to stream like a normal 5-day week this week till Thursday. I'm getting Maggie on Friday, but I'm definitely watching the football on Friday, so sorry, on Wednesday, so I don't know. I may end up starting early and doing like 12 till 4:30 or something. I have no idea. Trip was great, Connor. Yeah, I'll talk about it again. We talked about it a lot on Friday, but I'll talk about it a bit later on. Ziyevich, thank you very much for the 10 months. Love the content. Keep it up. Thank you. Silverfox, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for using it here. I appreciate it, dude. Miss Diamond, thank you very much as well. Cheers, Mrs. Diamond. I'll do my best. Right, let me guys, I'm turning into an Instagrammer. It turns out all I needed to do was post. Insta is absolutely fucking flying. I much prefer it than anything else. It's so easy. You just put a photo up and then people heart it. Being an Instagrammer is easy at the level I'm at least. Yeah. Anyway.
Looking forward to another 110.8.
Right, enough of that. Let's go. Who knew? I know, you just have to post, Pinkstar. I know. C4D Fry, thank you very much. Cad Fry. Cheers for the sport. Vex as well, thank you for using your Prime on my channel too, the same as Silverfox did. Cheers, both of you. Thank you. Murph, thank you very much too. Right, let me join a server. Let's do that. Let's join a server, shall we? Shall we? Let's join the server. Let's join this one. This one will do. Right, I'm on the way in. We won't be long. And Murph, thank you very much. Looking forward to another 110. That's a long ass time, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I even posted a picture with me in it today. So if you're desperate for a FAP and you want a sprightly looking 38-year-old man, then yeah, there's a picture there. Cheers, Murph. Thank you very much. That's a crazy long resub, dude. Thank you. Right, let me shut that down. Let me turn that off. Let me do that. It's loading in. It's loading in. Is it loading in? Is this thing on? Ah, darkness. Darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I know you can't see yet. Don't worry. That's intentional. It's not intentional, but anyway, I'm pissing around with my monitor. One sec. Here we go. Right. Okay, so it's night time. Try moving this down to 8 and see how it goes for a little bit. I just want to try it a smidge lower. Right, there we go. Right, I don't think I'm going to do this spawn. I find this spawn utterly tedious, so let's move somewhere else. Probably should clean my monitor. It's fucking filthy. Hi, Limendor. Yesterday's vid was great. I'm glad you posted it because I didn't catch all that run. Do you know what? This is a rare thing. It's happened a few times, but I haven't seen that video myself. Finn obviously edited it last week while I was in Prague. He sent it to me Friday and I've uploaded it. I've not seen it. That's rare. Obviously I saw it when I played it, but I've not seen the video. I've watched the start, so I've seen that he used some footage from a previous run, which was a very good idea actually. I like that. Eleanor, thank you. Yeah, that's why I started the Instagram. I started it to try and post things more from me rather than from DayZ, if that makes sense. Despite that, all of the stuff this week is in DayZ land, but it's all IRL stuff, you know. That I quite like that. I quite like having something I can post to that's IRL. It's kind of cool. I'm glad I did it. It's going all right. I'm up to 16,000 followers or something, you know, and it wasn't that long ago. I was on 10,000. I think I've gone up 3,000 in the last week, which is crazy, you know. I just need to go to Prague every week, and I'll be an influencer in no time. Your voice back then sounds so different compared to now. You sound way thinner and healthier. Well, interesting, Carmen. I don't know. I feel like my voice is the same, but I definitely have more breath. That's true. You know, I'm a bit breathy now because of allergies, believe it or not. But yeah, I was getting a bit out of breath just walking up the stairs before. Wilson, hope you're good. Cheers for the 37 months, dude. Thank you very much. Right, I think this will do us. Hope all is well. Sorry, Jay Will. I think you got done by the bot. Oh, shit. I can't... Oh, bollocks. I can't respawn. Oh, no. Okay, that's interesting. Must suicide from a higher plane next time. Finn asked for a raise. Yeah, he showed me that, Greg. I've offered him a raise, believe it or not, and he said no. So that's his joke. Yeah, he's funny. It is funny. How am I going to suicide now? I'm going to have to hobble to a zombie because I can't climb the ladder now to suicide here. It'll knock me uncon, won't it? Right, this is a good opportunity for me to clean my monitor, I guess. Right. Hype train success, eh? Whoa. So I actually have to die. I can't just suicide. So I'm not moving for a sec, guys. Oh, I'm bleeding. That will help. I'm just cleaning my monitor. A little bit of distilled water and a cloth. Bold fella, thank you for the 51 months. The mic's further away from a mush right now, by the way, so I might sound quiet while I'm cleaning the monitor. Freddie, thank you very much for the 53. Bold fella, thank you very much too. Hope you're both well. Thank you. And OG Rengar, thank you too. Did the same thing the other day, had to live with a broken leg for a bit. Yeah, there was zombies the other side of this thing, so I should be able to get to those. The thing is, I need the zombie to kill me, not to... There's probably some kind of tool I can suicide with in one of these sheds, to be honest, but never mind. Oh, is it still an emo-only mode? Oh, fuck me dead. Sorry, guys. Pro streamer. Thanks, Pinkster. The last couple of streams, it's not been in emo-only mode, so today I forgot to check it. So you've not been able to type on Twitch in all this time. Pro strats. Yeah, we're going emo-only from now on, you know. It's a new strategy. Sorry, guys. Defiant Fury, thank you very, very much for the 28 month inning. I certainly prefer it that way when it comes to your messages, Danish. Yeah, I agree. You goober. Is this just a regular Chernarus run or questing? Yes. You haters, admit it. No, just Danish. Just Danish, Gene. Cheers, Fury, once again. Thank you very much. I had an absolutely delightful lunch today. I had my pork chop from the butcher's, and it was good shit. It was top drawer. It was really good. Nom, nom, nom. It's so good. How was the trip to Prague? Zia, it was great. I was only short for me. I was only there Monday to Wednesday because I had to go to my grandma's funeral. But it was really good. Great to see everyone again. Meet some new people too. The Chernarus trip, which if you go on my Instagram, there's absolutely loads of footage of me, quite a lot. There's some videos around the real Chernarus, a few photos and whatnot, and it was great. That was one of my favourite days. Certainly that was my favourite day of the trips we've done. There's been 3 trips and I've been lucky enough to go on all 3, and that was my favourite day for sure. How did I break my leg? I think... Oh, there's a player. He could kill the zombies. I broke my leg trying to suicide, but then I couldn't respawn. Thank you, Zia. It's all good. Yeah, I think they're going to run away before I can get there, so I'm going to have to try and go for the zombie that was over here.
Hope you had a good time away, Paul. TRMZ love.
Oh, starving to death as well. That'll help. At least my health's going down again. Ollie, thank you for the 53 months. I'm a bit worried that the dude that had the light on in there could potentially kill the Zeds and leave me with nothing to... Oh, there could be bones here. I could make a bone knife and suicide with that. How was the weather over here? On Monday to Wednesday, Citadan, it was hotter in Prague than it was in the UK. And then it switched on Thursday and Friday, I think. I don't know what the weather was like there today, but it was predicted to be... Yeah, it's currently... Well, it has been 38 Celsius in Prague. It's just cooled down. So it's actually hotter in Prague now than it is in the UK. So yeah, that... Can't I just shout at them? Yeah, but there's no guarantee they'll kill me, Danish. I don't think there's a zombie near enough, and the player may not kill me. He may be averse to such a thing, mightn't he? So might as well just do this. Gibbet. Right in the mush. Couldn't you just go on conning the water if the Zeds are gone? Yin Yang, the water was further away than the zombie was, so I was trying to get to the zombie, then I saw the bones, so I went with that. Oh, fuck me. Solnichi. I don't really want Solnichi either, but I'm not doing another suicide after that. That was too much of a pain in the ass, so I think we'll just take it. We'll just take Solnichi. I hate Solnichi. It's a nice town. I just find this spawn utterly dull, but it's fine. I think I find it dull based on the amount of times I've done it, probably. But anyway, we'll take it. We'll go with this. That's a nice spawn, is that? Yeah, chatbot. I'm not keen on Solnichi. It's always looted to shit. And the runs, everybody that spawns in Solnichi runs the same way. You know, like I'll try and vary it a little bit around Delina some way, but everybody that runs this way runs the same way, so it's always looted. Have you talked to Ariana lately? She was kind of down about not being selected for the Prague trip. I sent her a message on the day that they announced the Prague trip. I messaged her, Joito and Amish said that day because they were there last year and didn't go this year. So I've messaged them, yeah, but I've not spoken to her beyond that, you know. It sucks that some people that went last year couldn't go this year. There was a limited budget and they chose the people they chose, you know. So probably England versus Argentina soon in the World Cup. Who are you betting on? I think that's hopeful, Vosic. I think if England are going to get to Argentina, that would be in the semi-final. And before that, they've got to beat Congo. Then they've got to beat Mexico in Mexico. Then they've got to beat Brazil probably in the quarterfinal. So I think assuming that England can get to Argentina is quite the assumption. I think there's a hell of a lot of negativity around, considering that they won 2 games and drew a game in the group stages, top their group, and have the better half of the draw. You know, like if England had drawn yesterday, they'd be sitting where Croatia are right now, playing Portugal in the next round, and then the carrot at the end of that, if they were to beat Portugal, would be playing Spain in the last 16. You know, like the other half of the draw is insane compared. Like I think France and Germany are going to play each other in the last 16, assuming they both get through. America's draw, it looks fucking awful as well now compared to how it did look. You know, like if the USA win the first game in the last 32, they're then going to play either Senegal or Belgium, and both of those teams on paper are better than the USA. Now, it doesn't mean that they will win. I think the USA have home advantage and they could potentially win the game, but it's going to be hard. Well, being a top 5 team doesn't mean you get through, Vosic. You know, Portugal are much better than they've played so far in this tournament. You know, you just don't know. It's a knockout tournament, so assuming that Argentina will definitely... It might be that Colombia could beat Argentina, you know. Like, there's no guarantees, you know. I really hope England get to the semis, but playing Brazil is not going to be easy, especially in a hot climate. Playing Mexico at altitude in Mexico... That's going to be a really tough game for England, you know. Like that makes it a much closer game than it would normally be.
How is this possible?
Top 5 players, not top 5 team. England's problem is mentality. Well, they are ranked in the top 4, dude. They're seeded for the tournament inside the top 4. That doesn't mean that they'll win it or anything, but they are one of the top 5 teams. They got to the semi-final in 2018 was it? You know, they got to the 2 Euros finals in the last 2 Euros. You know, they're not doing terrible, but I'm not convinced. And the lack of a right back is seemingly a bit of a problem, isn't it? You know, massively so. Zia, dude, you're incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the continued support. Cheers for the crazily generous 50 gifted subs, dude. That's insane. I don't think I killed that one. Thank you very, very much, Zia. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you again, you crazy mofo. Thanks very, very, very much. Ollie Campo, thank you. I had a great time. Defiant Fury, thank you as well. Make sure to loot Prison Island. I'm a long way from Prison Island, dude. What's happened to this guy? That is pretty handy. Gonna skin him. Take his bones. Honestly, are you surprised the US have made it as far as they haven't? No, I'm not dead here. They're ranked something like 15th in the world. The rankings don't tell the whole tale because the rankings do give false info sometimes. Like the rankings are based on past performance, but where you are in the world affects who you play quite a lot. So it can really change the rankings. You know, if you're based in certain parts of the world, you're going to be playing usually more often than not slightly easier teams, even in qualifying. You know, but. Nonetheless, they're in the top 20 in the world. I think they were the highest ranked team in their group, weren't they? You know, like I think they were. I'm not surprised they've done okay. They certainly from the first game they've looked pretty good. They've looked pretty powerful, and that McKenny or whatever his name is has looked pretty decent. I do think that it'll be a tall order to beat Belgium or Senegal though, but I have a funny feeling Senegal will beat Belgium, but that's a guess, you know. Like, but you just never know. Home advantage really can make a difference. You never know. It's a nice shirt. Look at that, nice deep red. Well, it's not that deep anyway. It's not like it's fixed at all. Well, it's not fixed, Billy. It's not. I don't know why. People keep saying on Twitter that it's fixed because Argentina have got an easier draw. But it's not their fault that the team that was meant to be their seed from their half of the draw, Portugal, didn't win their group because they've not played very well. Colombia have done better, so they've qualified, you know. That's not Argentina's fault. That's just the way it works, you know. There are seeds, and, like, in theory, the top 4 seeds shouldn't play each other until the semis. And the top 8 seeds shouldn't play one of the others until the quarters, like a lot of tournaments, you know, and that's the way it is. But that assumes that all of the top 8 teams perform like they're one of the top 8 teams, and Portugal haven't done that, you know. Best place to find a tundra on Chernarus. The northwest of the map in hunting areas on official, you know. Hunting stands around Tissy military base and Novaya Petrovka and Sinostok and places like that. The ski resort. Australian fan here. Thoughts on Australia versus Egypt? I've not seen Egypt, but I've seen Australia. I watched the USA game. I thought Australia were very, very poor. They're going to have to play a lot better than that, otherwise Egypt will beat them. They look really bad against the USA, like abjectly terrible, like worse than England, who haven't exactly been. England played well in the first game, but they haven't been exactly sparkling. But playing against teams that are defending for their lives, it was always going to be tricksy, you know. And thankfully, they scored from a corner and then allowed them to play a bit more open after that yesterday. What's the title of this video going to be called? TRMZ gets flack for saying the USA won't win the World Cup. Probably. Uber, dude, thank you very much for the hopefully non-drunken bits. Cheers, dude, thank you. I didn't get flack for that yet, Citadel, no, but I was getting it on Twitter the other day. It was kind of, not seriously, but I wasn't allowed to say the opinion that the USA had no chance of winning the World Cup to someone that was talking it up. Yeah, anyway. Am I alone in thinking England weren't that bad? I think people are making it out like it feels like so many people on. I think it's just the way we are now, but so many people on Twitter are like, "Holy shit, the sky's falling in," you know, like. Usually when England qualify out of a group, it's with some fucking terrible 1-1 draw and they come out of the group second or third or something, you know, like they've won the group, they've beaten Croatia, who are decent, you know, they're not maybe quite as good now as they were, but they still are decent. Croatia lost to England and then they won their other 2 games, they finished on 6 points, you know, that was a good win. England have had a relatively tough group compared to some. They've topped it, they've won 2 games and drawn 2 games. The 2 teams they played in Ghana and Panama both defended like their lives depended on it, and Ghana held out for a draw and played well, you know. I'm not talking them up like they're going to win the tournament, but it's not all doom and gloom, you know. They're as long as they keep going through the rounds, they have half a chance, but they're going to have to play out of their skin when they play somebody like Argentina. I fear for England when they play France. I don't know what the fuck Jed Spence or Kwanzaa's going to do if he's fit. Up against the wingers that they have, you know. I don't.
Game after a long time. When did they change
I worry.
The movement last? Feels like inertia is stronger.
Back into the game. When did they change the movement last? They tweaked the inertia ages ago now, though. I feel like maybe 3 years. They made it so that stamina had more of an effect, so the inertia's heavier or more as you get heavier in weight in the game. Argentina has the easiest tree. Yeah, but the reality is they'll likely come up against Colombia in the next round. That ain't easy. Colombia will be a hard game. They'll have to play well to win it. They probably will, but it isn't easy. And then once you're getting into the semi-finals, they're like the most likely 2 teams they might face in the semi-final is either Brazil or England. And again, that's an assumption. Who knows who's going to get there? It might not be England, but could be Mexico. but nonetheless, their semi-final and then the final are going to be crazy hard. And I think the reality is the winner of the other half, probably France, will probably win the tournament. What do you think of the new Scar with Mosing rounds? It won't take Mosing rounds, dude. I don't know what Wobo was smoking. It'll take 308. I think he did pin a comment in his video as such after, but yeah, the Scar will take 308. Just in all the modded servers, the Scar is either 556 or 308. That Scar will be 308, dude. And it's good. It's going to be fun. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, well, that's what I'm exactly saying, Duragin. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not assuming we'll get past Congo, but yeah, Mexico looks tough, but it's a lot easier than the other option, which if we were in Croatia's position from our group, we'd be playing Portugal and then probably Spain. You know, we've certainly got the better end of that deal. Pewston, thank you for the 109. That's really kind. Rum, Arky, thank you very much too. American Mafia Gaming, thank you for the follow. And once again, Ziovich, thank you so much. Crazy bastard you. Thank you. Wee Blue Jam, thank you. Cheers, dude. Thank you very much. I think it's kind of... It is what it is, Gecko. And Wobo is not a... He's a DayZ stat man. He's not a gun nerd, is he? You know, like it's easy to go awry with these things, you know. And the 308 and the 7.62x54 rounds are kind of similar.
Sucks. Terrible with money, etc. LUL.
Pie oh my, dude, never subscribe to a streamer or me if you are struggling financially, dude. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much for the 26. I hope you're good. Thank you. Nah, it's too much like Jean-Paul Gaultier for my liking. I cut that dude up and then I never took his bones, did I? What the fuck was I thinking? I have to start getting rags now. I cut him up for bones and then never took the bones. What a twat. Right. Never took the rope, sorry. No, thank you. Ralphie, well, cheers for tuning in, dude. Appreciate it. I'd never met Wobo in person before, Wedders. It was very cool. He's a lot taller than... I wasn't expecting anything. I knew what he looked like. I'd seen a photo of him in the past, but... he's pretty tall, you know. He's like 6'3" or something. He's quite a tall fella. God, the guys that are still at Prague, the other creators like Holly Rex and Slexy and all the other guys. There's loads of others. You all know who they are. They're all still there, and I think Taupe left yesterday. But the guys that were at Rusthaven, I think they've just made it back to Prague now. There's a little group they're in. But it was 38, sort of 39 Celsius today there, and they woke up in a tent after 4 days with no showering. I can only imagine what that, like the coach or the minibus back from Rusthaven was like. Fuck me dead. Like there was a photo, I think, of one or two of them this morning as they were going back to the tent, and it was the photo came through at 6:30. And I think that's 6:30 in the UK, which means it's 7:30 over there. So they were getting back from the last night at 7:30 a.m. Yeah, Lottie didn't go to Rusthaven, which I think was a smart move because the temperature was a lot, and I think it's important to do what's right for you, you know. So Lottie, she was in here yesterday watching a little bit. Apparently she's been doing some live streams from a hotel, which is cool. Brazil versus Japan is one of the ties of the round. There's some really good ties in the last 32. Brazil-Japan is tomorrow, but I'm going to be streaming. I'm kind of gutted. I'd like to have watched it. I think it's on like kind of early evening in the UK, but Brazil-Japan, that's no gimme. You know, Japan could really win that. It's no gimme at all.
Good afternoon, Paul, mods and chatto.
Hi, Ranthir. I'm from the US. I'll be happy if the men's national team make it to past the semis. Their third place in the 1930s don't count. I think you'll be doing very well to make it that far, dude. I hope it'd be great for the tournament. It'd be great for the game if you had a run that far. But I have a funny feeling that Belgium or Senegal might end you in the last 16. I'll be rooting for the USA, by the way, but this is just being a realist, you know. Like, Belgium and Senegal are both better on paper, in my opinion at least, than, despite whatever the rankings say, I think they've got better players than the USA have. However, the USA have got a good team ethic, they've got one or two decent players, and they're at home, and that could really count. It could sway it, but I feel like Belgium or Senegal might be the stumbling block. And then it only gets harder from there, you know. After that, it'll get much harder still. Let's watch it together. We don't mind. If I could do that, I would. But unfortunately, I'll get absolutely done for copyright if I try to stream a football game. I think didn't XQC cop a 1 week ban for streaming the soccer, football. I'm trying to be worldly here, okay? Don't give me shit if you're from the UK. But nonetheless, yeah, I think he got a week ban for streaming it, didn't he? We beat Senegal last month. Yeah, that doesn't change too much when it comes to the actual game when it matters, though. You know, like Senegal just got to the final of the African Cup of Nations. They have decent players. It'll be a different kettle of fish when it matters. But that doesn't mean that you don't have a chance. You do. You do have a chance. And Belgium, I've not seen much of Belgium, but Belgium, just in one player, De Bruyne, Kevin De Bruyne is better than any player that's ever played for America. Ever. Now, De Bruyne is at the end of his career. He's probably not quite the player he was, but he's better than any player America has ever had, you know, like, ever. He showed a clip of it, did he? Fucking hell. Ralphie, I've not seen Mexico. The general consensus seems to be that they've been a little disappointing in the tournament, but they're always punching above their weight on the whole. I've not seen Mexico this time, but usually Mexico are a team that presses like crazy. They're usually quite short as a team. They're normally playing the ball on the ground, and they're normally very, very full of energy. And that could be a challenge for England, especially at altitude, playing them in Mexico City. It could be hard. Norway did beat Senegal. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I thought he was talking about the USA. Right, but the Senegal aren't playing Norway, are they? Senegal are playing Belgium. As the draw has been going on, England have done okay out of the draw. Like, the provisional draw for England was Ecuador, which I wasn't particularly enamoured with. That seemed like it could have been an easier game. And then after that, the provisional draw was going to be Senegal, and that really, really scared me, you know. I'm still... any team that England play, I'm worried, because I'm an England fan and I've seen it all before, right? But nonetheless, of the teams we could have had, Congo is a much better draw than it could have been. Senegal or Ecuador would have been much harder. I think the right-back situation and Livramento getting injured and him Tuchel not calling up another right-back is going to come home to roost, though. If Reece James is out with a hamstring, I don't see him playing again. And I don't know what... Quansah rolled his ankle and came off. Quansah... Imagine being Trent Alexander-Arnold, who was ahead of Quansah all day long, every day, as an option at right back at Liverpool for his entire career. He's clearly a better right back than Quansah, and yet he can't even get anywhere near the squad. And now Quansah's coming off injured in a World Cup game. Japan have beaten Brazil and England in the last year. Yeah, it's all what matters. Teams like Brazil as well, you know, like when it really matters. Like Ancelotti is a hell of a manager. They're probably going to perform at their best when it matters. Doesn't mean they'll win the tournament, but I bet they do. I didn't see the Austria game, Randy. I watched the England game, but most of the other games are on too late. Like the other games last night started at 2 a.m. or something, you know. So I've been watching the earlier game here and there, but I can't watch the later ones. I wouldn't be here streaming today if I watched the later game. What do I think about Sweden? I've not seen them play, but I suspect they won't be going too far in the tournament based on how they are. Like the quality of the team in general. And they're not terrible. I thought Norway looked okay. Norway lost to France the other day playing a load of reserves, didn't they? Even their reserves look pretty good. Norway do look decent, you know. Of the Scandinavian teams, Norway certainly seem a bit better right now, and obviously they've got Haaland who won't be rested. Zia, dude, you are insane. Thank you so much once again for the gifted subs. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very, very, very much. Cheers for the continued support, you crazy, crazy bastard. Thank you. We don't need no badly damaged hatchet. I am a little worried about Congo. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee, but England have often struggled against African teams. They have. So I hope that's not the case this time. Argentina have got a fairly favourable draw, Edfix, but only because Portugal didn't do as well as they were expected to, you know, like that's the way. God, that was crazy. I saw this Twitter thing that like somebody wrote out like, does Argentina have a favourable draw? And it was like 15 tweets, and literally all he needed to say was the way the seedings work, Portugal should have been in the next stage for them, but Portugal underperformed, and so now they're in the other half of the draw, and they're going to face Spain if they get through, you know, like. It needed one tweet. It didn't need a fucking ream after ream. It was crazy. But that's the way it is, you know. Sometimes it goes that way, you know. England have got a favourable draw compared to teams in the other half. Like, England have got a real... It doesn't mean they'll get to the semis or anything, but England's draw is way better than Germany's or France's or Portugal's or Spain's. Like they're in the better half of the draw with Argentina. You definitely want to be in England's half of the draw if you can be, you know, but... Doesn't mean they'll get there, but they have a decent chance of getting to the quarters where they might play Brazil if they get there. That would be good, and if they could beat Brazil, maybe they can roll on and beat Argentina. You never know, but I suspect they're going to fall foul somewhere. I really like just imagine Jarrell Kwanzaa, if he's fit, having to mark Vinicius Junior. You know, I don't see it. I don't see that. I think that's going to be a problem. I don't see it. Hi Wismo, Mohan, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Rab Maxi, thank you very, very much for the 53. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Yeah, people do bitch about anything, Vilpom. It's crazy, you know. Like the draws are seeded. Every team is seeded. Argentina, in theory, actually should. Like they've got Cape Verde and they're lucky, but Argentina are one of the few teams that are playing a finisher that was second in their group. You know, so England are playing one of the third place finishers, which means in theory they should get a weaker team. You know. Argentina are one of the few group winners that's playing a team that finished second in a group, you know, so they should have had potentially a slightly harder draw. It's not their fault that Cape Verde outperformed and other teams did badly, and as a result, that's who they're playing, you know. Rab, thank you again, dude. And Zia, thank you again. Thank you. Right, let's get the police station looted. I don't normally bother looting this town. I think you can see why. I don't normally bother looting Delina too thoroughly, and often just run straight to the summer camp.
The way we're playing, even if we beat Congo in the last 32, we will get beat off Mexico in the last 16. They have only lost 2 games in 30-odd games or something at home.
Yeah, I don't think England are playing terribly. I'm not talking them up like they're playing amazing, but you see it in the Premier League every week. But teams that defend for their lives in that low block are really hard to break down, and they can be really tricky to break down and score. And it tends to be something like you need to score from a corner or a free kick, exactly like happened yesterday. And then the game opens up, and then you can play a bit more, and they created more chances. Kane scored, and that's how those games go. It's the same in the Premier League, you know. It's the same in the tournament, you know. They're capable of putting lots of players behind the ball and defending. The one thing that's a worry, more so, is how easily Panama, despite the fact that they mostly played with everyone behind the ball, absolutely carved England open a few times, especially in the first half. You know, England looked frail. So I don't entirely disagree with you, but I'm not completely all doom and gloom. You know, the reality is the team that wins the tournament will progressively improve. You know, England need to play a bit better in the next game, and then they need to play a bit better in the next game. You know, and if they do that, they could keep going. You know, they don't need to be winning every game 6-0 right now. They just need to be performing, getting through, and gradually getting better and playing more as a team. You know, they're capable of that. They probably won't do it, but they're capable of it. Spurs are in that block, and it was well easy to put goals past us. Yeah. Sharky, thank you very, very much. Mexico is going to be a challenge. There's no denying it. There's no guarantees that England can beat Mexico in Mexico. But you'd still much rather have that than be playing Spain, like Croatia would have to if they get past Portugal. Can I give feedback on it? On what, Victor? Badlands. I enjoyed it. I got 2 hours. I played for 2 hours. I saw quite a lot of points of interest. Well, I saw a lot of the map because I ran and I kind of went off and travelled. I did visit a dam that looked very, very cool. Like it was a cool location. I actually found water there, funnily enough, because it's a dam, but I didn't really see much water anywhere else, right? It's a very dry map. The riverbeds are all dry. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I'm not the biggest fan of the compounds from Takistan, which that has, but like if you see the dev blog that came out the other day, they've got these new shopping kind of blocks which are going to have quite a lot of the better loot in, and they're going to be kind of cool areas for PvP as well, I think. So there's going to be some nuance to the map that I haven't got yet, where you know what buildings to look out for to get the better loot. They've actually only lost 2 in about 82 games at home. Yeah, but who do they play? I'm not saying that's not great form. It's amazing form. They have massive advantages playing at home as well because of the altitude and whatnot. But a lot of those 82 games are going to have been against teams that they are capable of playing well against. You know, I'm sure they've not been playing Argentina every week. You know, but they will have played good teams in amongst that. It's going to be hard. Every country has to improve. I saw no future world champion playing so far. I don't know, dude. I think France looked pretty fucking good. It would be good if there was a way to get water from the dry riverbed by digging or something altered. Yeah, that would be cool. Cheers, Muff Daddy. Thank you. This is not exactly flying. There's no loot. But yeah, every country will need to improve. I was listening to someone on the radio, a French journalist, talking about France, and they have an amazing team, but he was suggesting that their central midfield is a little bit weak. You know, they've got Tchouameni and I forget the other guy, Rabiot, was it? I forget who played, but I think they look strong everywhere myself. You know, they on paper they look the best. Yeah, Sully, I like that song, The Smashing Pumpkins. I was trying to find a song that seemed relevant, and in the end I just gave up and just picked a song I liked. Have I been to India? Only the once, Wiz. I did a guided tour of the Golden Triangle, so the kind of common thing that people do. So I did... I landed in Delhi, and then we went to Jaipur and Agra and stopped off at Ranthambore National Park, and I saw a tiger in the wild, which was amazing. It was a really fun trip. Beautiful, amazing, kind of horrifying in places, you know, like India's an amazing place, but the really big cities are an absolute assault on your senses. Hannibal, can you do me a favour and stop implying you know what server I'm on? Sorry, I'm not trying to be dramatic, dude, but I don't really like it when people tell me what server I'm on in a discreet way, like your previous message about nails being valuable or something, you know. I don't really want to be talking or implying what server I'm playing on. I'm just playing Chernarus. I'm trying not to be dramatic, dude. It's no big deal, but I've seen one and let it go. That's the second one. So can we, like... Yeah, change the subject. Ever been to Costa del Stoke? I have not, no. I know you love your football, but the World Cup has given us hell here in the States on traffic. How is it? You're hosting events all the time. How can it be any different than all the other... All those stadiums exist, don't they? And they all... Like, surely the traffic... The game that England played last night was at the stadium that the Jets and the Giants play at, you know? That's going to be full every weekend. How can it be any different? Hi, Henny. Hope you're good.
Hope you had a great break, dude.
You hyped about the new boys spin-off with Vault Rising. I didn't even know there was such a thing, Omni-Man. I'll definitely check it out. What do you think about cancelling server hopping? I like the idea of Badlands and Sakal having their own hives. Yeah, Pants. If I was going to go somewhere like Portugal or Spain, I'd try to go in the early spring or late autumn rather than in the middle of the summer. I think it's just going... It's too hot. Like, one or two people from the chat have been going places like Greece. I think somebody's there this week. I can't fathom going somewhere like that this time of year, personally. Seal Pokemon Booster. It's literally no different, just somebody trying to say something and carry a conversation. Yeah. Hello. Holy shit.
Hello.
You alright?
What's your name? Yeah,
my name is Dave. Hang on, I'm going to have to kill...
Here?
No, I don't. I didn't even know it was here until I just saw it.
Okay.
I take it by that question you don't live here then?
No, I'm just scouting around the area, you know.
Right, what's your name?
Just scouting the area. My name's Rooster, mate. I'm the leader of the Crown. I live at Wharf Castle next to the Radio Zenit.
Okay, Rooster, leader of what? The Crown?
The Crown, mate. Yeah, the Crown. Yeah.
Right, what's the significance of the Crown? What's that from? Like, it's just kind of... Is it...
I've married the wife. My wife, she's from Livonia.
Oh, yeah.
And so that made me Prince Consort now, so yeah.
I see.
Yeah, with the Crown.
So she's a princess. You married a princess, have you?
Queen. She's a queen.
Fuck me dead. Oh, fair enough. All right. Well,
You need it.
I need everything, but I'm good, dude. I'm just going to head over towards Polana. Is there anywhere I should be careful going? Sweet. Like, I've never explored these lands before.
I'm not too sure, brother. I mean, you seem polite enough. If you're polite, I'm sure you'll be alright. Just most places don't run around with your guns out like I am, but I'm kind of like trying to get shot at, so...
Yeah, fair enough.
It is what it is.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, mate. You take care, though, yeah?
You
have
too.
a good one.
Love you, bye. I can't even remember his name already. He's the Prince Consort. That sounds a bit fucking la-di-da, doesn't it? I can shoot anyone I like, by the way, but there is some RP on this server, clearly. But I could still shoot him if I wanted to. Yeah, Rooster Cockburn. That was his name, Rooster. Have you tried playing Escape from Tarkov? Yep. I haven't played it for about 5 years, though. I played to about mid-40s, maybe even like 50 in terms of the sort of rank thing that you get to. The last time I played, I'd got the hideout completely done. I'd got the 50 GPUs and it was creating Bitcoin and whatnot. Everything was done. But I got to that point and then I get bored of the game, you know. I know it's a different thing altogether, but... Oh, maybe he did get some shots after all, but anyway. I just don't find it very replayable. Once you've got the traders unlocked and you've done most of the missions, I don't care enough to carry on, you know. You can, if you die, you can replace everything you lost, you know. Like it doesn't have the same edge. When you're a lower level and you kill a gear dude and you're getting out with his crazy gun that you can't build with all these rounds that you can't buy, it's really meaningful, but that gets lost once you get to a higher rank with more money. But I completely get why people love it. The PvP is really fun in Tarkov, but I just don't... I get bored once I get to the level where I can afford to replace everything I lose. Legodo, thank you very much for the membership. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Winnies, thank you very much too. Hope you had a great break, dude. It certainly didn't feel like a break, but it was good. It was really fun. But yeah, I'm quite pleased I managed to stream twice in a week where I was meant to be off. You know, I streamed Sunday and Friday, which was okay, but it didn't feel like a break. I feel broken. I'm a broken man today. But yeah, it was great. It was really fun. My favourite day definitely was the Chernarus day. The stuff that I've been putting on Instagram, the pictures and the videos and whatnot, it was such a cool day. It was really hot. It was very hard. The video from Castle Zub, as I'm talking about, you can hear me out of puff. The hill to the top is really steep and it's fairly long, but it was real hard getting up. It was hard getting up the hill. It was not. It was almost to the point in one or two places where you needed to put your hands onto the ground to go up because it was quite an incline. So, and I was the first one to the top of the hill, so I wanted to record that video before everyone else got up, and I was kind of in people's way. So I recorded that while I was still catching my breath from climbing a steep hill. I was like, there's Polkoro, there's Pogorevka, fuck me dead. It was like that. It was kind of a challenge. There's another video I did just before it, and I'm way more out of puff than that. Will there be a video on your actual YouTube channel? I don't know, Pent. I was thinking about that earlier on my walk. I have half an idea to get it made, so that I can do like a in-game comparison to what I was seeing in the thing. But it'll only be like an 8-minute or a 10-minute video. But I think it would be a fun thing to do. What do you think about Scum and other similar games compared to DayZ? I don't think any game does what DayZ does as well as DayZ does it. Scum has got elements of it that I really like. There are parts of it I don't like, and I understand why some people like Scum, but for me personally, it loses it when you're meeting other players, like nearly all of the games do in the category. When you meet another player, it doesn't feel immersive enough for me personally. So the players are kind of bouncing around. It feels like a game. It doesn't feel like you're immersed in survival, you know. When I just met that dude, I know I'm playing a game, but it felt authentic enough, you know. The dude's got random clothes on. He looks like a player. The movement of the avatar in the game is realistic enough to make it feel immersive when you're having an encounter. I don't feel that's the case in Scum, and that is something that many games have struggled with. Miscreated was another one that... Miscreated, I think, is the best of the DayZ-like games that has been out thus far. But it fell down in a similar way for similar reasons, you know. It just didn't quite muster the feeling when you're meeting other players. Cheers, Zia. Thank you so much again, you crazy bastard. Thank you. What's going on there? Oh, there's a bit of lag. There might be a big base around. Ah, there we go. Wow. Hi, Coach. You alright, dude? Oh my god. Hello, Michelle, as well. Legardo, you started playing DayZ around 2.5 years ago after your recommendation. You've now got 3,500 hours. Holy shit. Well, I hope you keep enjoying the game, dude. That's cool. You've certainly got your money's worth, right? Jizia, dude. Thank you. Ah, Marano, thank you very much. Cheers,
Best
dude.
streamer going. Love the YT videos.
Thank you very much. I have to say, Finn did a great job to get that video. Obviously, that run with Muller was not that long ago, and to get it made and turned around, ready for me to release yesterday, was really cool. I don't think I've done a brilliant job with the title of the video. I think the title of the video could be better, but a bit late now. I did start with 3. Missed you for game night. Sounded like somebody was a tired boy. Well, I was, Coach. Yeah, I think I went to bed about 1:30, and I had 3 fairly large whiskies last night after the football finished, so I was certainly ready for bed. Boona Heaven 18. It was glorious. But yeah, I did something I can never normally do. My willpower is stronger than it was. Now, I know I had 3 whiskies and they were decently sized, but I didn't have a single snack, which is something I really struggle with. I didn't have it. After I got off Discord, I went into the kitchen. I got some gluten-free biscuits out, and I was going to have like.
When's your next team up with Muller, and what's
like
your Insta?
cheese.
Can't find it. Cheers, mate. Have a good day.
Fuck me dead. You'll never believe this. Redline Irish goodbye to his own game night after 1.5 hours. Holy shit. 1.5 hours. Fuck me dead. A greedy gymnast. I'm playing with Muller tomorrow. We're hopefully going to be carrying on the Banov run from yesterday's video tomorrow. Now I've got to open the Pokemon booster card thing.
A man has recently been hospitalized after sticking 6 plastic horses up his bum. The doctors describe his situation as stable. TRMZ love.
His situation is stable. That joke was nay good. Russia, thank you very much. My Insta, by the way, a greedy gymnast. If you type !Insta into the chat, it will give you my Insta. Somebody's already done it. Michelle's done it, so you can see the link there from Nightbot. Thanks, Michelle. But it's Paul_OnlyManZ. My favourite whiskey is Boona Heaven 18 for goals. I personally love Scum right now. I played DayZ for so long and Scum is a newer game. I get that, Ralphie. I wasn't really shitting on it, was I? But there are a few things that when I play it make me think I'd be better off playing DayZ because of what I enjoy in DayZ. It does better, you know, like the interactions, the encounters. I'm not massively keen on the spawn system and the fame points and the setting as well. But Scum's has got something. It's a good game. It's at the core of it is a good game, but there are things that just turn me off from it, you know. I woke up the little guy. Dude, you'd think we all... Maybe you should put your stream PC in the basement where your massive gym is rather than having it somewhere you can wake up the little one, you know? Like, you need... Time for some soundproofing in the house you built. It's going to happen, yeah. You need to get yourself somewhere where you can get out of the way. Or you could just get, like... Coach streams from, like, somewhere miles from his house, doesn't he? You know, He games from somewhere else, you know. Like maybe you could just get you could get an office. Put the PC next to the wine cellar. Yeah. Jack Daniels, bro. Come on. Yeah, Jack Daniels. Everyone's favourite whiskey, no doubt. Yeah. Found a backpack yet, have I? Oh shit, don't put the gun out, you'll get shot. That's what the dude said. Oh, look at that, that's a big fence. It's a huge old thing. So is this all fenced? It is. Everywhere's fenced off. Jamie, how you doing? I think you've been on holiday, haven't you? I hope you had a good time. It was great. I really enjoyed it. The more I think about it, and the more I put a few things on Insta, the more I'm realising how great it was to do Chernarus. At the time, it was hard. It was a hard slog. It was a lot of walking in the heat, you know, and a lot of... I'd had 8 or 9 beers the day before. I was sweating it out in the morning. And I don't drink crazy amounts very often anymore. You know, I wasn't hammered or anything, and I went to bed early, but nonetheless, I didn't prepare as well as I could. And it was a full-on day in really hot heat, doing a lot of hill walking, you know, and but it was so fun. 8 or 9 beers, yeah, 8 or 9, Huxka. Yeah, I thought I heard steps, Stephanos, the other side of the fence when I opened that little one. I did think I heard steps myself. I didn't say anything. Super Shocky, thank you for the 6 months full send. Thank you for the membership, dude. Appreciate it. Russia, thank you as well. Scum has taken too long to cook and it has too much going on. I thought it would end up being the DayZ killer. I definitely agree with the too much going on. Scum is trying too hard to be a little bit like so many games, and it's maybe a jack of all trades, master of none. You know, it's got a lot of base building in it. It's a bit like Rust. It's a bit like DayZ. It's a bit like DayZ mod. It's trying to be uber survivally in some ways, particularly around the health systems, and a lot of the stuff that's in it is really as good as any game has that's a survival game. But then other elements of it make it feel not at all like an authentic survival game. It makes it feel like an arcadey game, you know, like it's a real mix, and that mix is a bit. It's like somebody that's seen a lot of famous chefs cooking. And so they go home to make a fancy meal and then use all the ingredients, you know, and end up making something that tastes a bit wrong. There's a guy coming off that.
When I saw your IG pic of the DayZ Waterwell IRL, it gave me a calming effect and all was right in the world.
It must have gone
Thanks
this way.
for all of your streams.
He was right there. I don't know. If he's doing it. Oh, great. He was right there indeed. I'm running with no gun out. Fuck's sake. Eric, thank you very much for the support, dude. Hello.
Hello.
That was kind. Why the hell did you shoot me?
Hold on.
I don't understand. I've got no gun out.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? I've just come from
Yes.
Delina.
What's your name?
Dave.
Oh, Dave, that's you. Oh my God. It's me, Chmuga. Are you bleeding?
No, I'm not bleeding.
Hey, Dave, is that
Hey
you?
Paul,
Have you
hope
met
you're
before?
doing well
I've
after
not
your
met you
Nan's
before,
memorial.
no. Maybe
Sounds
it's another
like you've had
Dave.
a
Oh, you
hectic week,
didn't.
so it's great
Yeah, my
to
name's
see you
Davey.
back
Davey
on the stream
Dave.
today. Much
Davey
love, my
Dave.
dude.
Oh, okay. To be honest, I just want to shoot somebody with my that I got.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What gun? Were you just in the hunting stand? Because I saw a dude in the hunting stand. I came running over to try and talk.
Yeah.
Okay, that was you then.
Yeah. I'm from Polyana and
Yeah, there's a big base there. I saw there was a big base there. I presume
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
you, is it? So that is
That's my friends.
That's your
yeah.
group, is it? What is it called? The group. Have you
I'm
got
not
a name?
sure what's the. Oh, no.
Ah, Nameless. You
They
should
don't
call
have
yourself
a
the
name.
Nameless. But then you'd have a name, so the name wouldn't make sense. But anyway. Can I break out yet?
Nah,
Or am I still captive?
Yeah, you're good to break out. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanna give you something. I feel bad for this.
Yeah.
What do you want? Do you need something?
Yeah, let me see. Hang on.
Really hope you're not gonna shoot
What
it.
do I need?
Shoot.
I need a leather sewing kit.
It's like planning 2 beers and be home at 10, ending up having 10 beers and be home at 2. Tears of joy. Maybe the guy who shot you wanted a
Food,
friend.
maybe.
Yeah.
I'm alone.
Shotgun
But I
shells.
can-
Shotgun
I can
shells.
give
Do you have
food.
any shotgun shells? That would help.
No, something.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. No, I'm good then. I'm going to go. Am I likely to get shot in Gorka, or are the people friendlier in Gorka?
Not sure, man.
All right. I'm going to limp my way towards Gorka then.
Not sure.
Take it easy, dude. Mind how
Okay,
you go.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks
I'm
for
so
not killing
sorry.
me.
If you're
Right.
ever in, yeah, if you're ever gonna go to Polyana again, most of the people, I mean, everybody are friendly then.
Alright.
Just don't go sneaking around.
No, all right. No
That'll be
worries.
good.
Yeah, keep my gun on my back. I won't get
Good
shot,
day.
right? Yeah. Love you, bye.
Yeah.
Just like I didn't just then when I got shot with no gun out. God, fuck me dead. I still don't know what I don't remember what his name is. I need to not be Dave. I keep saying Dave out of habit. I need to be Stevie Steve, I think. Right, I'm changing my name to Stevie Steve. It's like planning 2 beers and be home by 10, end up having 10 beers and be home by 2. Yeah, he might have wanted a friend, a dead friend, maybe. Thank you very much, Wire. 123 Wire 456. Thank you, full send. Rick, thank you very much too. Name yourself Kratos. You've got to revenge that, surely. It seems little point once I've spoken. Once I've spoken, I need to like not let it out, because if I end up in that town again, I don't want to get killed by the dude. What I ought to do is get myself a gun with a scope and go back and snipe some fuckers.
Running Man is the GOAT. Keep it up, Dave.
Cheers,
Robot
Ridiculous
voice
Rouse.
hot.
Thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Hope you're good. Robot voice hot. Yeah. Cheers, Ridiculous. Thank you. He was going to live out some weird kind of power fantasy until he recognised your voice. Possibly. Who knows? I really could have done without it damaging me. It's a good job I had the vest, because he shot me in the chest with a Mosin, right? If I'd have not had the vest, I'd have been dead. Mira, good morning. Thank you for coming in. I hate today.
Good morning,
It's
Paul.
the
Thank
first
you
day
for
with no
running
football,
today.
right? It absolutely sucks. First day with no football. It blows. It starts happening as the World Cup gets later. Like the next few days, there's some really, really good games. But when you get to like the quarterfinals, you then have to wait days for the next game, and it's like you get withdrawal symptoms. I hates it.
I've got the memory of an elephant. I remember one time I went to the zoo and saw an elephant.
Like that one. That one's pretty good. Thank you, Booney. Canada is playing today. Are they? Hang on a minute then. First one, Coach. To your question, thank you. Football scores. Hang on, just one sec. Football scores. Oh, they are. Last 32. South Africa against Canada. I missed that because the group games were already over from... Because for us today, like Colombia and Portugal played today, but like 2 a.m. So, yeah, South Africa against Canada in the last 32 is later today. I can't say I'm particularly enthralled to watch that, but it is a game. I maybe we'll put it on. Myself and Miss Portland could maybe watch that. That'd be all right. Yeah, I missed that game, so thanks. I'm glad. I actually thought there was no foosball today. South Africa versus Canada is not exactly like girding my loins, but I'd rather watch it than nothing. I guess I don't know which one. I think I'll probably root for Canada of those two. South Africa, yes, Mr. Rad. They've got diplomatic immunity.
Yo, good day, dude. Always love your streams.
I'd
I'm
rather
curious
watch West
though,
Ham v Lincoln
why
City.
do you think duping and other exploits aren't fixed? DayZ is such a great game and I just don't understand it. Enjoy your run today, sir.
TS, thank you very much for the support. They have been trying to fix duping. Unfortunately, people find new ways to do it. They find other ways to do it. I believe at some point duping on console will be fixed. I don't believe that cheating on PC will get fixed anytime soon. I think cheating is going to be a whole new ball game, and I think they're going to have to do new things to try and make it less likely to... I think there's always going to be cheats, but they're going to have to do better things to get cheats out, you know, to catch them, you know. They need to be better at, like, somebody, I don't know, has got a teleport cheat and a god mode cheat, and they kill someone in, I don't know, Solnichi on the coast, and then 3 minutes later they kill someone at the Northwest Airfield, you know. That player could be insta-banned if they could catch them in, like, it's not possible, you know. Finding things that aren't possible should be easier, you know, like that would be great if they could find a way to do it. But I just don't see it with this game, unfortunately. It sucks. I do believe that duping will probably get sorted, but I don't believe the cheating will get sorted, because even if they they find the cheats, they break them so they don't work, they'll just find new cheats and make those work, and then they'll have to... There's always going to be cheaters, unfortunately, but what they need to do is work out an effective way to catch the people doing it and ban them much more quickly. Do you like games with excessive survival mechanics like Scum and their over-the-top food with protein, fat, carbs and sugar, or do you prefer it? I think I prefer the simplified approach of DayZ, Skipper, because for me personally, I'm not playing the game because it's so realistic on the how I digest food or whatever it might be. That's not why I come back to play DayZ. It's the interactions with the other players, the PvP, and also the verbal interactions. And the beauty of DayZ is that it feels like the most multiplayer game there is in some ways, even though sometimes you don't see anyone, you know. But the freedom and the choice is what makes me want to keep coming back and playing DayZ. And really uber realistic mechanics around, I don't know, digestion do not make me come back and play the game, you know. Like, for example, Scum, all the development time on that, if they'd spent that development time working on the way the players move and the way the players interact and the mocapping to make players look more realistic, it would probably have made the game more, just from my perspective, more fun to play, you know. A million cookies, thank you for the 10 months. Cheers for the support, appreciate it. Thank you. TS9077, thank you too. I might just take that in case I find a burlap sack once I've got this one filled. Did I just reference Lethal Weapon? At least a bad cat. Yes, I did. Yeah, Lethal Weapon 2, in fact. The one with the... I think Mike is in Lethal Weapon 2. I think it's Lethal Weapon 2. No, in fact, no, Mike is in... He's not... I think he's not even in it. I think I'm thinking of Beverly Hills Cop, but nonetheless, yeah. It's Lethal Weapon 2. Patsy Kensit. Mr. Rad. What can you do with rope? If I find a burlap sack, I can make a backpack. But I've just found a backpack, but it's still a slightly better one. The times for this World Cup are a bit of a shitter, like games at 2 AM, 3 AM, 4 AM and stuff, but it is what it is. I think it's important that the game goes to different places of the world, and they're not always... Like the Beijing Olympics was all through the night for us, you know, like it was... The Beijing Olympics used to start about midnight and kind of curtail about 8 AM most days. That sucks if you're into the Olympics. I fucking love the Olympics. It's one of my favourite... Aside from World Cup and Euros for football, the Olympics is probably my third favourite sporting event. I fucking love it. I can get excited about anything, you know. If there's a bronze medal in the line in the most obscurest of sports and the Great Britain are going for it, then I can get into it. I fucking love it. But it's a worldwide sport, and so sometimes the tournament's not going to be held at a time that suits us, you know. They can't always have it in a friendly time zone. I think that's the way it is, you know. Have I seen Project Hail Mary? I watched it twice at the cinema. I really enjoyed it. I watched it with Miss Portland, and then Miss Portland and I went back and watched it again with my daughter Maggie because she hadn't seen it and we wanted her to see it. I really liked it. Definitely my film of the year, Project Hail Mary, thus far. It was really good. You're overwhelmed looking for servers. I got Kuru. Exclamation servers gives you a few to choose from. I would recommend Kuru. I got Kuru. I'd recommend that you start with a vanilla server just to get a feel for the game if you're brand new to it. So a community server would be something like Spaggy, you know, Spaggy's server. Play vanilla just for a handful of hours, because if you start straight on modded servers, you're not really going to know what's a mod and what's the game, you know. I think it's a good idea to play the base game a little bit. You know, experience vanilla ice cream before you start trying all the flavours, because how will you know what you need something to compare it with, you know?
Love your streams. I always have them playing while I'm working. G. Have a good day, sir. We watched Backrooms last night, 9/10.
Interesting. Backrooms, is that on Pornhub? Killer, thank you very, very much for the support. Million cookies, thank you.
Here we go.
Here we go. Troixit, thank you. I think Zero are a great server, Skipper. Zero are amazing, but they still are slightly modded. So if you're brand new to DayZ entirely, I really think you should start on vanilla just for a bit. Otherwise, when you're playing Zero, you won't know what bits are modded and what bits aren't. You know, I think it's a really good idea. I'm thinking of backdoor sluts. Dirty boy. What's my preferred player count on Chernarus? 90-ish, 80 to 100. It does depend a bit though. Like some servers have a lot of base building and that can change it a bit, you know. It depends on the base building. Like for example, Zero has close to... Oh, that sucks. That really fucking sucks. I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate it. Walling off police stations. I think it's good to have no rules, and the community, I guess, on this server can kind of try and resolve it. But I hate it. I hate it when they're allowed to on a server that's kind of RP orientated. I hate it when they're allowed to board off police stations and castles and things. It kind of spoils it for anybody that's a solo, I think. But anyway, that's my personal opinion. It doesn't mean I'm right. I just it really fucking detracts from the fun you can have if you're solo. Belgium really good. I think the USA is likely to play Belgium in the round of 16 if we beat Bosnia. I wouldn't... my humble guess, Donk, I don't know what the bookies say, but I've got a funny feeling Senegal might beat Belgium, and both Senegal and Belgium are pretty decent. The draw has not been kind to the USA. I'll be rooting for the USA, but Belgium and Senegal, I think on paper, are both probably better than the USA. However, home advantage could be a big deal, you know, like it might be the thing that helps you maybe, but I'll be rooting for the USA, but my heart says the USA will win that game, but my head says that Belgium or Senegal might beat you.
It's coming home, black flag.
Yeah, there's a decent hunting spawn at that barn, Scotty. We'll go and check it. I've not been there for a while. I'll go and have a look. Yatesy, thank you very much for the support. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. They need to keep improving. Belgium have been not amazing in this tournament, but they topped the group with a good win in the last game, didn't they? You know, like I think Senegal are pretty dangerous. I've seen them play a little bit. They're kind of dangerous. There was a small chance England might have played Senegal. Up until Congo won yesterday, Senegal would have been England's opponents, and I was a bit scared of that. You know, Senegal are decent. They kind of they won but didn't win the African Cup of Nations, didn't they? You know, like, they are good. Find some gear and raid the PD. To raid that, I'd need like 12 grenades at least, you know. As a solo, it could take me all day to get half of the stuff I need, but I'd love to be able to raid that PD. I absolutely hate like things like that being blocked off. It winds me up. How much ammo does it take to break that gate? Fucking hundreds and hundreds of rounds. You need grenades, really, explosives. Well, thousands of rounds, I would guess. Depends on the caliber, but I think the best way to raid with a gun is with a shotgun, and you need loads, like loads and loads. Nice. I hope the US loses every game. This World Cup is so toxic. I don't think this World Cup is so toxic. I think it's been kind of fine. I think it's been pretty good. And the US can't lose every game, by the way. If whatever game they lose from now, that's the end. That's their last game. So if any team loses from here on in, they're out of the tournament. So everything's now whatever game you're in. If you lose, you're out. Have you played the latest playtest of the Outpost from Beautiful Potato Servers? I didn't know it was up, to be honest, old cars. No, I didn't. I think so far this World Cup seems to have been okay. The only thing that, like somebody else was saying, the times are a bit frustrating to try and take in all the games, but that's the way it is, you know. That's not new. It's always been that way, you know. It was the same when the World Cup was in Japan years ago, same thing. When was the last time you tied someone up and put a nurse's outfit on them? You can't actually put loot onto players anymore, Booney. So you can't force someone to wear it. You'd have to get them to do it. You used to be able to knock someone unconscious and dress them, but now if you take loot off, you can't put it back on. Are there any old game features you'd like to see come back to the game? I'd love to see the improvised bow come back. My main one is around ranging of scopes. I really hate with a gun like the Tundra that you can't range the scope unless you're looking down the scope. I find it really annoying. Like if you aim your gun, like if you range here, like I can't range it now, but this gun doesn't range, but hopefully this one does. No, I haven't got a gun that ranges. Bollocks. I never would range a shotgun, to be fair, but I really hate that when you've got a Tundra with a hunting scope, you have to look down the scope to range it. I find that really annoying. It's only a little pet peeve, really. It doesn't break the game, but I find it frustrating. I find it annoying that when you use an Emosin in your hands, the default range is for hip fire. It should, with a PU scope, I mean. The default range you change should be the scope, because who the fuck is ranging hip fire with a Mosin? Nobody, you know. With a Mosin you can hip fire, you can aim down the iron sight, or you can aim down the PU. But if you've got a PU scope on the gun, the range you want to change is the scope range. You know, that's the one I should be able to change the range without stopping and aiming, because it means that if you're getting shot at, say you're in an open field and you're 400 meters roughly away from someone, you've got no cover. If you want to shoot that person, not only do you have to get the range right,
run. Love you, bye.
You have to aim the gun to change the range before you can shoot, and it doesn't make any sense. Cheers, Dupe. Hope you're well, dude. Thank you very much for the 115. Thank you. Pixel, thank you very much. Hell's Bells as well. Cheers for the support, all of you guys. Thank you. I think it's good. I was thinking this earlier, like there's loads of people like jumping on opinions on Twitter, like loads of people, like a lot of Americans are on Twitter talking about how the clock doesn't make any sense and they should stop the clock, and I think a lot of that is the hydration breaks. Now I don't agree with that opinion in any way, shape or form, but the fact that there's so many Americans and there's so many people talking about the rules and how they'd like to see the game, that's good, you know, like people are, like everyone's so eager to gatekeep, I guess, you know, like I think it's easy to understand why people might get annoyed. You're like, oh, bloody Yanks trying to change the game. They don't even like it, or whatever. But in reality, the fact that there's a hell of a lot of interest in it is good, you know. It's good. It is the world's most popular sport. It's not that popular in America, really. So it getting more growth is quite a good thing. What's your go-to favourite aftershave? I use the same one I've been using for years. It's Chanel Homme Sport or something. I really like it. I use that. Chanel Homme Sport, I think it is. It might have another name as well that I've forgotten. Am I excited to go to America Land? Dan, I am literally counting down the days. 16 days until I go to Portland. I cannot wait. Why did the one guy have a chin strap on? He broke his jaw, I think, didn't he? It's Jed Spence. He got an injury towards the end of the season, so it's to protect his jaw from getting further damage, I think is the thing. Oh, I definitely don't want the clock to change. It's part of the enjoyment of the game. It's like the referee is in charge of the game, and he adds time on based on how the team mess around. I don't think there should be somebody with a pause button on the clock. Like every time someone's play acting, they press pause on the clock, and every time they... No, I really like the way football is now. However, the hydration breaks are a set 3 minutes, and they could pause the clock for the hydration break. The reality is, there won't be hydration breaks in most games, you know. Like, I think it's a nonsense that they're in every game. We all know why it is. It's not... Everybody knows. I'll just double check that again. I didn't check it very thoroughly, but I don't think there's much there. In fact, I think I'm going to go a different way. I'm going to go towards Dubrovka. But yeah, the clock is great as it is. The referee is in charge of the game. The game flows. You don't need to know exactly how long it is left. When it gets to 90 minutes, they put a board up and tell you how much injury time there is. And then we all know that watch the sport, that if there's a substitution, he's going to add on another 30 seconds for that. If there's an injury, he's going to add on some time for that. Like, that's just the way it is. It's part of the magic of the game. I always wondered how you're not constantly dealing with stream snipers. I get a lot of stream snipers, Elephant, but thankfully a lot of them are shit, so I kill them. Unfortunately, a lot of them are not shit, and then I die, but it is what it is. I missed nails. Oh, well. Tactical, how you doing? Yeah, Prague was fucking brilliant. I only went for a couple of days, but it was great. I missed nails back there. They would be valuable to have, but never mind. I'm going to put the earplugs on because this rain is going to cause me some strife. Redline, the play acting is annoying. I agree, by the way. I think you were talking about flopping or play acting. The sooner they work out a way to punish people that play act with a yellow card or something, like they could use VAR for that. For the ones that like there's no contact and they roll like 7 times, the ref doesn't give a free kick
Any
or anything.
recommendations for lightly modded servers? Expect 0 as they banned me for such a stupid reason.
Well, you normally get a temporary ban on 0, dude, so if it's a first offence, you'll be allowed back in the server. Unreal Vanity, thank you for the resub. It's the same, all the other servers, Karma Crew, Spaggy, DayZ Underground, Hey Bambi has his server up at the moment, Dusk Vanilla, Clash Vanilla, they're all kind of good. Well. Lots of sports are the same with the diving and stuff, but I think they do need to do something about it. It is annoying. It is annoying. Players going down like they've been fucking shot, and then you see the replay and they didn't actually even get connected, or they get like a hand to the neck as the game's played, but they go down holding their face like they got hit in the face. You know, they accentuate the crime to try and get somebody sent off. Stuff like that should be. If they started dealing with it, it would stop, wouldn't it? You know, if they gave yellow cards or if you could prove that someone had simulated with video evidence and they got a 1 game ban or something, it would all stop, wouldn't it? You know, like that would be really good. Greg, I agree. I'm not sure it's entirely media driven, but I don't really want to go into any other things. But yeah, I really like it. You know, I think it's great. Unreal Vanity, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Knob Gobbler, what a name. Cheers, Knob Gobbler. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Ocelox, thank you for that really long resub as well. Thank you. Uber, yeah, it was so fun. It was so fun. I could do without the wolves.
62 months is a long time. I hope you will still be here when I hit 120 months, winking face.
Whittled, I hope I will. I hope I will. I would hope so. Hopefully there's future in me. And streaming. We'll see. Is DayZ 2 a fact or a meme? It's a fact. They officially confirmed it on Wednesday. To about 12 streamers and YouTubers and whatnot, including me. So it is official. Yep. There's no information really about it, aside from the lead, the project lead of the game is called David. He's in the picture I put on Instagram. And there really isn't much more than that, other than they're saying it's very, very early in development, so it could be a while. Yeah, Prague is a lovely place, Monk. I would definitely recommend it as a place to visit. It's a great place to go for a weekend. We're staying over on the side which is not so touristy, not in the old town. You know, we're staying in around the train station, around Andel kind of region, and it around there, it's like £2 or £3 a pint. You know, like the beer is cheap, it tastes great. It's a great place to be. The old town is a lovely place to go for a weekend. There's plenty to do there. There's plenty to see. Like if you were going with your missus or whatever, there's plenty to do. And if you want to have a meal in the evening or drinks or whatever, it's affordable. It's a capital city that's cheaper than my little village where I live here, you know, or town. Null Systems, they'll use the engine that they've been... DayZ that we're playing now uses a combination of the Infusion engine and old legacy code from Arma. But the Infusion engine for DayZ, the development kind of stopped in about 2019-ish. They've been carrying on developing it because it's a new engine, right? So for Arma 4 and Arma Reforger, they've got 7 more years development. 7 more years development. So it'll use the engine that Arma 4 is going to use. Yeah, we're told hopefully the weather is going to turn. It's turned in the UK. Like on Friday, it was like 36, 37 Celsius. Yesterday it was hotter. Today it's like 26 Celsius. It's much nicer. It's 26, 27. It's lovely. They need a new engine. Well, that's what Infusion is going to be. There is no other engine that's better for a DayZ-like game than the one they're building. So I think they're doing the right thing in keeping it like progressing. What do you think about Brew-metric watches? I've never heard of Brew-metric watches, to be honest, Clint. We're told, thank you. Unreal Vanity, thank you. Meow, thoughts on Sakal? It's fun for sort of 3 hours or so. Its looting and its loot routes are severely lacking. The atmosphere is great, the start is great, but the mid to end game is poor. And as it's a fun map, and I still play it here and there, I like elements of it, but the replayability of it is very limited. I know it's a long way off, but when 2 comes out, are you going to switch immediately? Of course I am, NZB. Yeah, if there's a new game out, I'm going to play it, you know. The Road to Badlands experimental patch comes out on July the 1st, by the way. That's going to be cool. I'll definitely be playing that as well. So there's a chance we could be maybe finding the new Scar H next week on experimental. Happy birthday, Mina. Yeah, I hope you're good. Really nice retro style watches. Hang on. Brew metric. Brew metric. England captain Ben Stokes announces retirement from cricket. Fuck me. They've fucked him over, haven't they? I've seen a few others. They look at Stanton make a watch that looks a bit similar to that. They're very 60s looking. Yeah, they look kind of cool. I don't like the 2 dials and like the uneven nature of the dials. That looks a bit weird, but they're kind of cool looking. Specifications. Movement. Mecha quartz. It's quite a lot of money for a quartz chronograph, though. I'd pass for that, but nonetheless, they look cool. They look good. I think they're a lot of money for a quartz chrono, but how many new guns will there be in Badlands? We don't know yet. They didn't give us like a rundown. Wobo names 3 or 4, I think, in his video yesterday. So there's a Scar H. There's a new 9mm. So there's a Scar H, which is going to be 308. There's a new 9mm SMG. And it looks like there's a Lee Enfield as well. So there's at least those, but I don't know what else there might be. Oh, they're doing a Luger as well, a Luger pistol. So that's 4 new guns. There may be others, we don't know. You said Red 9, yeah, but that was me being wrong. There isn't going to be a Red 9 that I'm aware of. Cornish, it's a tough thing to do to break a team down that's defending for their lives. You know, they looked okay, England. The problem is they were like Panama were pretty bad, but still managed to carve through England and get like one-on-ones with the keeper several times. That's the bit that's really worrying. England got carved open, and against a better team, that's going to cause us challenges. So I kind of am agreeing to disagree with you, but agreeing with you too. We've seen it in all of the games, you know, like teams that defend, they defend well, they're well drilled, they have good managers, and they have players that are fit and capable, and it's hard to break them down and score goals. I said to Miss Portland yesterday, it's the kind of game where you need to score from a corner or a free kick or something, and then the game opens up and you're likely to score more. And I think I said similar to Redline on in so many words on a message as well, you know, like once they scored a goal, England looked good, you know, they created another few chances, they scored again, but until Panama had to attack because they were losing, they could hold on to the draw, you know, which is what they did. But it's going to be a challenge. I don't think England look like they're going to win the World Cup, but they don't need to look like they're going to win the World Cup now. They just need to keep getting through the rounds and hopefully keep improving. And hope to fuck Reece James is fit enough to play in the quarters and the semis and the final, because otherwise they are absolutely fucked. Did Croatia end up not being as good as we thought they'd be? They won their other 2 games, Danish. They did what they should. They lost to England, and England in that game did play pretty well, but they beat Ghana and they beat Panama, and both of those teams were very capable defensively, so I think they did okay. It'll be interesting to see how they do against Portugal, because Portugal will be heavy favourites against Croatia, but Croatia could beat Portugal. Meow Machine, thank you very much. Yeah, Sakal's got something, it's just too small. I completely agree with that, Leap. There's clearly something more to do with Trent Alexander-Arnold that's not being said. Something is wrong between Trent and Tuchel. Like the fact that he can't get in when Livramento's injured and Reece James is the only other recognisable right back and he's as injury prone as fuck. And he still didn't... The only thing I can think is he doesn't fancy him as a player, and maybe when he told Alexander-Arnold, he didn't like the way he was, you know, like... I believe Tuchel called all the players to tell them if they weren't in the team or if they were in the team and whatnot, you know. Like, you can only assume that when he told Alexander-Arnold, he didn't like his attitude or something. I don't know, but it feels like there's more going on. It feels like there's some kind of problem between those two, and he just won't pick him no matter what. Like, England could have no other right back. They could have literally no other option. He still wouldn't pick him, it seems. Hello.
Yeah, but
Hello. Oh,
do you need any help or?
no, you stay hiding in your hellhole and I'm running away. Oh, they've got a fire on. I could do with some food, but never mind. Let's just run. Japan are in. They're playing Brazil tomorrow, Donk. It's going to be a very, very good game. Yeah, there's been some rumours that Tuchel's dating Trent's ex, but that quite why that has any bearing on who he picks, that doesn't make sense. Tuchel doesn't seem like the kind of person that would not pick Trent because he's dating his girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend, would he? There's a lot of that talk around, by the way. I've no clue if it's true or not. But that's been said a lot. The picture was photoshopped. It's been proven to be a lie. Is it? Okay, so he's not dating Trent's ex then. I really do think it's a tactical with Trent. He's not a wide player, and Tuchel wants wide players. Well, he's more wide than fucking Gerald Kwanzaa is, isn't he? You know, like he's more of a right back than Kwanzaa is. If he's not better than Livramento or Kwanzaa or Jed Spence, then I don't know what to say. It's nonsense. It's just craziness. I'm staggered, you know. I don't think that's true, Free Tux. I don't think so. It also looks like he's getting done at Real Madrid as well, isn't it? Like Real Madrid have just signed another right back, so it looks like they don't really fancy him at Real Madrid either. They've signed that Dumfries dude, haven't they? You know, so clearly he's not actually had the impact he kind of was expecting there either. We do need food. What the fuck was Kane doing behind the midfield in the first half? Digital, he's the best passer England have. It's okay for him to drop deep. The team need to play his way. Bayern Munich do, and they do well. Kane drops deep and ends up in midfield for Bayern Munich and still scored more than 60 goals last season. It's the way he plays. We need to just accept it. Like, Harry Kane is not a hang on the edge of the box and nod a header in kind of player. He drops deep, he'll pass the ball. He actually didn't pass as well as he normally does yesterday. He had a few errant passes. I think early one kind of pissed Tuchel off a bit from what I remember. But Harry Kane is England's best passer of the ball. He has more to his game than just hanging up front and nodding a header in, you know. He's going to drop deep, but we need wingers that can get past and do their thing, you know. Everyone's been clamouring for Rashford and Saka. I thought they were pretty poor last night. Rashford looked really good on the ball, but Rashford looked a bit Madueke-esque yesterday. He looks different on the ball to Madueke, but he looked great right up until the point where he had to cut in and shoot or cross. You know, he didn't have the end product. Illuminoctis, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Hi, Sal. You all right, dude? I hope you're good. Are you back? You back in the hotel and relaxing? Showered and were you? I saw in the group a picture. I think you were in it. Were you still up at like 6:30 or 7:30 ish this morning from the night before? Holy shit! You must be dead. $35 slots. Yeah, Saka isn't the same player. He's still seemingly carrying an injury, but Saka looked worse than Rashford yesterday. Saka is not the same player he was in the last tournament. I don't think that's very true. That's a good find. Holy shit! Why is there Mosin rounds just sitting here as well? You were up till 6-7 a.m. Oh god. You were up till 6:30 to 7 a.m. GG. Back at the hotel now. I had 2 hours of sleep and I'm ready to go back out and enjoy the absinthe bar. Dude. Sauer's got far too many batteries inside him, it seems. Cheers, Steelers. Take it easy, dude. I left my hatchet. Oh, well. That'll be alright. Cheers, Illuminositis. Thank you again. I'd be a mess if I was up till like 7 a.m. and then slept for 2 hours. Are you still in that same hotel room? I was actually given a 9-volt battery. If you're still in the same hotel that we were in the first night or the first few nights for you guys, if that's the hotel you're in now, then I ain't being funny. I'd be the same. I'd sleep for 2 hours and get the fuck out. It was probably roasting hot in there. You'll need the absinthe bar to sleep tonight. Bearded Fairs, thank you for the 42 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Honestly, if I go to this castle and it's all walled off, I think I'm quitting. I know this is really... this has been fun. The couple of interactions have been kind of fun. But if that castle, if every one of the castle turrets is walled off or something, I'm going on another server. Hotel without AC. Bobby, the budget was... Let's just say the budget was tight. The Bohemia budget was tight for expenditure on hotel rooms. So we were in an affordable place. I'm in the same hotel. It's so good compared to the tents we were in the festival. Fuck me dead, dude. Like, that doesn't even bear thinking about. I couldn't sleep for shit on the first night in that hotel. It was way more than 30 Celsius in my room. Business or fun in America, Charlie? It's my other half. My partner lives in Portland, Oregon. She's there, so I'm going to stay with her for 2 weeks. So pleasure, dude. I hope you get sleep tonight. Those yous can handle heat better than us old timers. Well, Sour might be able to, dude. But there was somebody else. I forget which one it was now, but. One of the other guys checked into the room, walked in, realised what it was like, walked out, and went and booked their own room the same day. And they were young, you know, they were in their 20s. So no, it was bad, dude. It was bad. The hotel wasn't bad. The dining area was kind of okay. It was kind of nice, you know. It was almost certainly a nice hotel at one point, but no AC when it's 30 odd Celsius outside and 30 odd Celsius inside when you're trying to sleep is a no-go for me. I couldn't have done it. Like the fact that I had that room after a lot of beer and then did all that walking the next day, that's where certainly my age is a factor, right? Like trying to walk 25,000 steps up a load of hills and whatnot after a night of terrible sleep in a room that I couldn't sleep in and quite a bit of beer was not perfect, you know, but it was fine. It was good. I actually kind of enjoyed the walk. It was good, but I could have done with some sleep. Or better sleep. Wasted, honestly, it's not doing it a disservice to say that it was absolutely impossible to sleep. It's not just because I'm used to aircon. It was ridiculous. It was like a fucking hotbox. I think depending on the room you're in, some rooms can be a little cooler than others. You know, like I'm not saying mine was definitely the hottest, but it was on the top floor, and it was facing the road. It was in the sun, I think, and it was definitely more than 30 Celsius at 2 or 3 a.m. It was ridiculous. It was just unbearable. I would have rented a hotel nearby with aircon. Well, that's what I did, Widespread. I spent one night in the hotel that the Bohemia put me up in, and then I paid for my own hotel for the Tuesday. So the Monday night I was in the hotel they put me in, and then I woke up. Well, I say woke up, but I was up about 7, and the first thing I did was go on my phone, go to booking.com and book a different hotel. So I paid for my own hotel on the Tuesday night. And when will Banov be part 2? Rusty, I'm going to carry on with the Banov adventure tomorrow, so there may not be a part 2 because we might just die. But tomorrow's stream, nice. Tomorrow's stream will have the Banov continuation in it. So which one of you is moving in with the other? Well, it's kind of still early days, Diagolon, but with my kids being in the UK and them being of an age where I still want to be here to support them, hopefully we'll get to a point where Miss Portland can become Miss Suffolk for a while. When the kids are older, I'm down for an adventure, and I'd definitely move somewhere else. It'd be fun, but while my kids are still at school and they need me for support, like till they're grown-ups, then I think I'd kind of hope Miss Portland might become Miss Suffolk for a while, yeah. I jokingly said, Wasted, before I arrived about having a rider that was Bollinger and blue and green M&Ms. But yeah, I wasn't the most forceful, but yeah, I think the feedback about the hotel was given, let's say. I kind of gave it fairly passively for me. Who is Miss Portland? She's my other half, my partner from America Land. Stop poaching our good people. Sorry. Stefanos, it's hot in Czechia for only 3 or 4 weeks. That's why they don't usually have AC. I'd expect a hotel to have it, Stefanos. I'd expect it. However, that's you get what you pay for. You know, the hotel. When I checked Booking.com for the Tuesday night, the hotel I was in was €52. €52 including breakfast, and the breakfast was okay. The breakfast was pretty good. You know, like €52 for a night in a like that's dirt cheap, you know, like all the other hotels around the same area, even like a nearby Ibis was about €67, and then the hotel I stayed in was €102, which was a bit more spendy than I wanted to spend, if I'm honest, but I just wanted somewhere that definitely would have working AC, so that's what I booked. I am living in the UK, Hayde, yeah. We met at TwitchCon last year, so I went to San Diego in October and met Miss Portland there. It was Prague, douche, yeah. Prague is a very cheap place to stay, but I'm really not trying to dig the devs out here because it's not their fault. That the people that pay the money at Bohemia, the people that decide budgets, they are tight as fuck. That's not the dev's fault, right? It's the people like Scotty who arranges this stuff. He has to work with the budget he's given. So I'm really not trying to slight the devs. And Scotty and Marks and some of the other people, they put in so much effort for this week. They'll all be fucking knackered right now. They're all really good dudes. They're all working really hard and they do a lot of support and it's really good. But the budget they were given was tight, let's say. We were originally in a different hotel, which was about 10 or 15 euros a night more, that had AC, and they moved it to a cheaper hotel to save 10 or 15 euros a night. But I guess if you're booking 8 hotel rooms, that adds up. But they are notoriously hard. Getting money out of Bohemia is like getting blood from a stone. But that's also how successful companies can be successful, isn't it? You know, like. she's not a mid-20-year-old Haid. She's only a few years younger than my 38-year-old self. Jürgen would be disappointed you didn't use Trivago. Yeah. I got to be honest, I probably should have. The hotel I booked in Seattle I used Trivago for, and I did find me a cheaper option. But I have a booking.com account, and I had like 5 minutes to pick a hotel. We were getting ready to go on this thing. We had to be out of the rooms by 8:30. I needed to have a shower, get prepped, get sun cream on, get everything ready, have breakfast, and then meet like down the road at 8:30. So I didn't fuck about. I just went straight to booking.com where I had an account and I could instantly book somewhere and did it. Yeah, she is only a handful of years younger than my 38-year-old self, Coach said. That's a fact. If I'm 38, she's a handful of years younger than that. Well, maybe just slightly more than a handful. Stop lying, bro. You're 48. Nah. Not lying. I'll have you know I've been 38 as long as I've been on Twitch. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a new up-and-coming streamer, you know. Oh, that's fancy. Beautiful. Nobody saw that. GK Sudo, thank you for the 80-month swearing word. Thank you as well. Right, while the server goes down for the restart, I am going to go and make a coffee. I'll be back in a sec. Close that. Right, I won't be long.
This part of Paul's stream is like the England games. You feel more should be happening, but yet nothing is. Keep
It
up
feels
the
so
good
much
work,
nicer in the
Paul.
house today. On my thermostat, the other side of the door, it's 25.5 Celsius, but it doesn't seem unbearably hot. Like the other day, it was 28, and it just felt so sticky. Upstairs was 31, but right, it just feels so much more livable in today. Fuck me dead. Let me get back in the server. My Insta seems to indicate you really enjoyed the IRL Chernarus run. I did, Mr. Shu. It was my favourite day on any of the DayZ trips. There's been 3. I feel really lucky to have been on them, but that was my favourite day of all of it so far. It was great. I really liked it.
Us 38-year-olds have to stick together.
We do, Scotty. We do. Thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Right, I should be joining the server, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. One sec. Thank you very much, Scotty. Cheers for the support. Okay, it's back up. Yo, Uncle Paul, does coffee make you poo like crazy? Because it does for me. Strangely enough, Maramello. I'm just going to put this up. I know it shows the server, but so what? I had a spell for about 3 or 4 months where if I had a coffee, I got the shits within about 10 seconds. It was like going straight through me, like bleeding the radiators or something. Anyway, for whatever reason, that just went away. I got really lucky because I like coffee, and it got to the point where if I had a coffee out in a coffee shop or something, I didn't need to leave the loo like when I was there, but I'd get like 3 shops down the street and have to go back. It's kind of can stimulate things.
He said my missus has a nice fanny. Turns out she's got a cute angina.
She's got a cute angina. I quite like that one. Yeah, GG. Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. That's one of the rare ones I liked. That's 2 today. I think there was another one that was okay as well. But yeah, Dr. Jones, thank you. Twisted Cheetah, Scotty, thank you. Did it happen after you'd cut out the gluten? Yes. Snowman, how was my trip to Prague? It was brilliant, dude. If you want to see some pictures and videos from the Chernarus day, check out my Insta. There's lots of cool shit on there. Check it out. PvP. Not had any yet today. Well, I got shot unconscious, but the guy let me live. It's been relatively slow PvP-wise thus far, but the day is young. And the night is full of terrors. Memory of an elephant joke. I think that was it, yeah. My wife blames you for me saying fuck me dead all the time. Well, I didn't invent it, Greg, so you should probably tell her that. Yeah. It's a great saying, though. I like it. The Aussies do good with the sayings, you know. Fuck me dead is a good one. I'm sure the Australians maybe didn't invent it, but I've only ever really heard Australians use it and just thought that's good. I'm stealing that. Yeah, the link to my Insta's in the YouTube chat. Cheers, Pinkster. Yeah, you should all follow my Insta. I'm desperate to get 20,000 follows on Insta. Just imagine the doors it'll open, you know. I can go places and go be like, don't you know who I am? I won't. It is cool, though. I'm kind of glad I started that Insta. It's kind of cool. Who invented it? I don't know. I heard it first on Archie Luxury's YouTube channel. He's a watch YouTuber that he was doing a paid watch review and just took the piss out of all the guys' watches and kept saying "fuck me dead" over and over again. It was just hilarious. I've tried DayZ Underground a lot, Jumper. There's some old videos of me playing on it, like eight or 9 years ago, and many moons ago in 2014, DayZ Underground was actually only a whitelist server. You couldn't play on it unless you had the password. You had to apply to play on it. And I used to be whitelisted on the server before it was open to the public. So that was because of knowing Rene and teaming up with him. He kind of convinced me to play on it, you know. So barely infected that was. So yeah, I played on it quite a bit. Unfortunately, it does get full still, but it's not normally full at the time of day when I start streaming, so it's not so easy for me to play, you know. If I start streaming at 2 PM, it's not that busy. If I started streaming for 6 or 7 hours at 8 PM, it would be much easier for me to play, but that's too late for me to start, you know. Who are the ladies in that Insta pic? Mr. Shu, if you tap the photo, they're all tagged in the photo, so you can actually see the tags, and the tags are above the tags are actually on the person that's that person. So from left to right, it's Lady Adventure, and then Lexi, and then Holly Rex, and then Lottie, and then me. Thoughts on the England game? I think it was a good win, tactical. I'm a little worried about how easy that Panama broke through England. Like, I think they're going to get done on the counter-attack against better quality teams really easily. So they're going to have to sharpen up. They didn't have Declan Rice playing. Declan Rice next to Anderson will be tighter. I think Bellingham was amazing. I think Bellingham... I've seen so many people say Bellingham is overrated. He's England's best player in the tournament. He's won 2 man of the matches, I think. I think he was maybe lucky to get man of the match against Ghana, but he was the best player on the pitch yesterday by miles. He is good. He's a really good player. He is world class. I think Gary Neville needs to change his fucking tune on whether Bellingham's world class. He's been world class for us this tournament thus far. But there are things to like about it, and in any game like that, it can be hard to break down, and then they scored a goal from a corner, and then they scored another, and all is well. 2-0 win, great. They've topped the group, very good. But I'm a little bit worried what will happen when they come up against somebody like France with really good quality pacey players. I think we might get our arse handed to us. Honestly, if all of these castle turrets are based over, I think I'm done. Yeah, I think Spence should have started instead of Kwanzaa. I can only think that maybe Tuchel thinks that Kwanzaa is better defensively, but Kwanzaa looked like he was struggling with his positioning to know where to be sometimes. You know, like I think it maybe is that he wants England to play 3 at the back when England have the ball. So Kwanzaa's like part of a 3-man defence, you know, which he's done before a lot. And then when we haven't got the ball, he wants him to be right back in a 4-man defence, you know, because they were sort of wanting Nick O'Reilly to bomb on, you know. I can see the logic, but it just, I don't know. Kwanzaa is not a starting fullback at a World Cup, is he? You know, he shouldn't be starting. The term world class is overused so much. Well, I agree, but I don't think England have many world class players. I think Harry Kane is world class. I think Jude Bellingham is world class, and then I think I do think Declan Rice is world class as well. But I think that's the 3. You could have some debate about some. There's no debate about Harry Kane. He definitely is world class. But I think Bellingham is, and I think Declan Rice is, and I said as much pre-tournament as well. You know, though. I think I've been saying for a while, if England are going to do well in the tournament, it's those 3 players that are going to have to play well, all of them, otherwise we're fucked. And I think that's the case.
Or each Jesus.
Saka doesn't look fit. No, he doesn't. This is Murder Inc. territory. Please come with weapons holstered. Respect rules or be shot dead. Ferdy, Murder Inc. Okay. My weapon is holstered. Did you actually see the game last night, Mr. Bonds? Bellingham was everywhere. He created Harry Kane's goal. He scored a goal. He made more tackles, more interceptions. He made more passes. He had more of the ball. He definitely wasn't a moment's player yesterday. He was fucking everywhere, and he was playing slightly out of position. Liverpool have signed a 15-year-old from Belfast who scored 250 goals in a season. Holy shit. Oh no, Scott. Let's not go there. Bellingham's performance last night was world class. It was one game, but he was man of the match in the previous game. In the last tournament, he was one of our key players as well, and he was much younger than, you know. Like, I just don't see it. He's not a moment's player in an England shirt in tournaments. He's our best player. Well, at least I could loot some of the castle. I'm going to go down to this house, I think. I'm going to need some food. I did find the spaghetti, but it didn't even get me out of red. Rashford drives me insane. He hasn't changed from his Man U days. So selfish. Honestly, if you play a right-footed winger on the left wing, which is what Rashford does, he's going to cut in and shoot. That's kind of his job. It's not even being selfish. That's what he's there for, isn't it? If you're right-footed playing on the left wing, you're going to cut in and shoot. And he had one good opportunity early on that went left bottom corner that was pretty good. But if your wingers are right-footed playing on the left, that's what they're going to do. He's not as good with his left foot. He's not going to bomb into the corner and put a cross in so easily because it's his wrong foot, isn't it? I think Rashford was okay yesterday, but he had a touch of Madueke-itis. When it got to the end product, it kind of all fell down, didn't it? He looked good until the cross didn't come in, or the shot didn't quite materialise, or there was one where he was dribbling and he just dribbled into the feet of the opposition, and that was the dribble, you know. That was really frustrating, but he still looked a bit better, I thought, than Gordon in the last game. I quite liked Gordon in the first game against Croatia. I thought he added something while he was on the pitch, but in the game against Ghana, he didn't really get a look in. You bought a coup. Right, okay. That gives me something to hunt the aminals with. Is it loaded already? No? Yeah, I personally would start Rashford again in the next game over Gordon. I wouldn't. I tell you who I did. I was not. Morgan Rogers barely did anything yesterday that I saw. I've not seen a lot of Villa, but Morgan Rogers yesterday seemed fairly anonymous to me. He just barely seemed to get the ball ever. Morgan Rogers just looked poor. Maybe it was the occasion. Maybe if his first start in a tournament, maybe he'll play better in the next game. But he certainly is not in the equation for playing in that role if Bellingham's going to be there. You know, he's no way going to start above Bellingham as a 10. It's just no way. And it does make you wonder why the fuck, like, Cole Palmer isn't there, to be honest. Based on that, but it was one game, you know. I'm sure he's better than that, but that was poor. Ex-Liverpool player Henderson got a game over Kobe, which was surprising. I don't think it was, Jamie. That's exactly what Henderson's there for, isn't it? You're 1 or 2-0 up, there's 10 minutes to go, and you want somebody on that's sensible, that's not going to get overawed with it. I think Maino is clearly a better player right now than Henderson is. There's no denying that. But that's what Henderson's there for. He's there to steady the ship for the last little bit of the game, isn't he? That's it. Harry Kane carrying England right now. Jude Bellingham carried England yesterday, SD, not Harry Kane. Harry Kane scored, and that was good, but Jude Bellingham was England's best player by miles yesterday. Yeah, we talked about that tyre. It was Kwanzaa that went off. Kwanzaa went off injured. Not Konza. Spelt very similar, isn't it? But sorry, sounds very similar. Yeah, the right back situation is bad. I'd rather he start Jed Spence there, which I think he'll have to in the next game, assuming Kwanzaa's injured. But we'll see. I think Jed Spence plays right back for Spurs, doesn't he? I think he is. He played left back for England the other day, but I think he is a right back, isn't he? Kuro, thank you for the 20 months. Cheers for the support. Scott Burnett, thank you. Adam, thank you as well. All right, geezer. He plays left back for Spurs, does he? Okay, so he doesn't... I don't know why I thought he played right back. I think he can play right back, though, can't he? He's going to have to, isn't he? It sucks, though. I can't believe, with all the different right back options available, that the best we've got is Reece James, who's like one of the most injury-prone players in the Premier League, or people that aren't right backs to play right back. Very cool, Scott. You had darts in New York. I was looking for the hunting stand, but I seem to not be finding the hunting stand. It's a feed shack, actually, but... oh, well. Ah, there it is. Because Trent is horrendous. I'm sorry to say, Knox, Trent is better as a right back, defensively and offensively, than Gerald Kwanzaa is. There's no subjective opinion about that. Trent may not be as good defensively as some right backs. That's absolutely true. But he's a better right back than Kwanzaa. And any Liverpool manager that's ever managed those two players believes as much as well. Hence why Trent started ahead of him all the time. You know, there's no way he's not better than the options we have right now. Whatever you think of him. How do England football fans think about FIFA? FIFA is bent as shit, dude. FIFA is bent as shit. They're just old men in blazers controlling the money of it and saying they're giving it away, but they're all going round in private jets. A lot of the money's being wasted, you know. They're making a lot of money from the sport and apparently giving it to extend world football, but they've traditionally pocketed quite a lot of that money, haven't they? Sepp Blatter and co were as bent as shit, and I think this guy, Infantino, is not much better, you know? Would you bring Harry Maguire over any of the current centre-backs? I like Harry Maguire in an England shirt. I always have. I don't think he'd be starting, but I'd have took him, yeah. I know it's harsh, but I'd have took him over Dan Burn. I'd have took him over Chalobah for sure. Dan Burn is good. He's good for potentially scoring from a corner. Never mind anything else. But I like Harry Maguire. I wouldn't want him to play for Liverpool, but in an England shirt, he's never done anything wrong. He's always looked pretty good. Excuse me, sir. What map is this? I can't hear you, sorry, but thanks anyways. Oh, I see, Chucky, you're one of them, are you? It's always in the title of the stream, by the way, Chucky, so if you check the stream title, it'll always tell you what map I'm playing. It is Chernarus, like Pinkster said. I could do with hearing an animal or something. I'm going to check Crescino for food, I suppose. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about that game, SD. I'm really hoping Mexico get beat,
morning,
if I'm honest, but they
everyone.
won't. Where am I from? I was originally born in Lancashire, but I've lived in Suffolk since I was about 10, so I guess I'm from Suffolk, really. Suffolk in England. Right. Thank you for the 35 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. I still don't understand how Maguire wasn't taken. Well, to be honest, as much as it's glaringly obvious that the right-back situation is a mistake, I'm still prepared to give Tuchel the benefit of the doubt for now, on his selections, because he's picking the whole team. He sees the players. I genuinely believe Thomas Tuchel knows more about football than I do. You know, I don't think that's too much of a stretch. So for now, I'm happy enough to get behind him and whatnot. But if we get beat by France because of them being strong, and that, just for example, France, if we're going to get beat by them, we'd have to get to the final. But if we get beat by somebody like France because we've got not a right back at right back and they've got really powerful left wingers that can just carve us up with ease, that'll be Tuchel's fault because he's not taken enough cover for that position, and he had 2 right backs. One of them got injured the day before the tournament and he didn't replace him with a right back. It's fucking stupid, you know. But all the other choices, I think he should have took Cole Palmer, but I'm prepared to give Tuchel the benefit of the doubt in that he's formulating a team that wants to play a certain way and he wants the balance of the team to be a certain way. He doesn't want anyone that's going to upset the group. He clearly sees Cole Palmer as maybe a slightly divisive character, maybe as not helping the team. I'd take him. I think he's got something the other players necessarily don't have. He could be really good. But nonetheless, Tuchel's picking the whole squad to do a particular job and play a certain way. And while we're still in the tournament, you have to respect that hopefully he's making the right calls. Yeah, Palmer's not exactly been on form for a while. That's very true. I wonder if that map actually has anything different on it. It's the same map. Lax, they've not told us anything other than it's definitely happening and it's early in development. That's the only information we've got, dude. One sec, guys. You don't know nothing, Pinkster. You don't know nothing. I know what you're doing. I got caught out. Okay, I'll try not to do it again today, I promise.
Saw yesterday's video. The Banov run was awesome. Nice turn of events. Looking forward to part 2.
I really hope I can make a part 2, dude, but we're gonna be carrying on with Banov tomorrow, Muller and I, so I really hope we can do so. That's the gamble of stuff like that. As it says at the end of the video, there might be a part 2, but it really depends. Tomorrow we might both die instantly, and that's that, you know. I think Anderson's looked good for England, Jamie. I think the price is a lot, but I don't think it's the market, you know. Like, if Declan Rice was 100 million plus, then Elliot Anderson is probably 100 million plus. You know, Elliot Anderson is not as good of a player as Declan Rice was, but I think he's a smidge younger, and it's also years later. You know, like he's 23. He's an England starting international. He's going to be expensive. You know, the money in football is insane, and the transfer fees are insane. But you can see why he's that much money. You know. I wish all the transfer fees would be a lot lower, but you can see why that money is there. You know. Transfer fees only insane in the EPL. That's not true, dude. Bayern Munich pay lots of money for players. Real Madrid are the biggest at it. Real Madrid spend more than everybody else. Barcelona have just spent 70 million on fucking Anthony Gordon.
Enjoy your jolly to America land.
And it's not just the EPL. EPL to EPL team, you pay the EPL tax. I don't think it's that, dude. I think it's the English player. If England players always go for more, like England internationals always cost more than an equivalent player from another team. But I don't know. If you look at Enzo Fernandez, for example, look at how much he cost. You know, like the players are expensive. Hi Dario, hope you're good.
Don't worry, USA will take home cup lol.
How do you feel about Areola being your manager next season? I'm quite excited about it. I think he plays the right kind of football. He plays much more of a Klopp style of football. I'm quite excited about Areola. I think he's going to be good. I thought Fernandez looked decent when I watched West Ham towards the end of the season. He was the player that stuck out for me in the West Ham team, but he's not worth 100 million, is he? You know. But yeah, he's not quite the same last season, but it just makes you appreciate how, like for example, McAllister at Liverpool. Liverpool got him for next to nothing compared to some of these others, you know. Loki Star, thank you for the Prime. Sully, thank you. And just if you're saying about EPL to EPL tax, Liverpool's two biggest transfer sales were both to Barcelona, I think, weren't they? Like, I think, you know, like they sold Suarez to Barcelona for loads, and they sold Philip Coutinho to Barcelona for loads, you know, like. I don't think it's EPL to EPL. I think it's English. There's a quota that they have to have so many English or local players. They have to have so many England players in the squad and the team and whatnot, don't they? You know, so they always have there's a slight extra value to that because they have to hit their quota of English players. Snowman, yeah, cheers for checking out the Insta, dude. Appreciate it. Anyway, what do I know? Just personally involved with a big European club, and I've spoken to a CEO. Well, doesn't mean I can't disagree with your opinion, dude. Everyone's disagreeing with Thomas Tuchel's team selections, but he definitely knows more about football than we do, doesn't he? You know. But I don't think it's an EPL to EPL tax. I think it's an English player tax. That's always been the thing. Like going back, there's always been an extra like look, Andy Carroll, for example. Andy Carroll, that wasn't EPL to EPL that did that. It was the fact that he was English. If it was Man City selling a player to Arsenal or Liverpool or something, then I could see there being some kind of tax because you're selling to a rival. But the reality is that Forest in the long term are not a rival to Manchester City. I know they've been kind of in that kind of tier trying to chase for European football, but they're not really a Man City rival, are they? You know, that I don't think that realistically they're going to be challenging for the Premier League anytime soon. It's much more likely Forest will be in the Championship in 3 seasons than they'll be winning the league. Z-Rams, yeah, I'm doing great in here, dude. It's cooler in the UK today. It's like 10 Celsius cooler today. It's much nicer. What are some things I'd like to see in the new DayZ? Lax, for now, dude, all I'd like to see is it made much better. I'd like to see the interiors better and the graphics better and whatnot, but mainly I'd like to see the zombies working and like everything running smoothly and more complicated towns and maps with larger maps and more players and such like. Everything turned up to 11, you know. I don't think DayZ needs to reinvent the wheel. It just needs to make it smoother, you know. Like it needs to be a nicer ride. But we'll see. Sporter. I actually thought that was a blaze, to be honest, but it's not. What is that? Oh, it's an SSG again, but it just looks so different. The scope looks different somehow. It isn't, but it kind of looks different. Alright, I'm going to put the gamma on. Just a quick reminder for those that aren't sure, the gamma is just for you viewers, it's not for me. I can't believe Ben Stokes has retired from international cricket. I honestly think that he's been kind of fucked over a little bit. They kind of hung him out to dry a bit, by all accounts. And now he's retired, you know, I think that sucks. Do I watch cricket? I've watched little bits. I used to watch it lots. I don't watch any of the test matches. Like it's too long. I watched a little bit of the Ashes. I watched a bit of that. But when it's like 2020 or one day internationals, like championships and things, I can kind of get it.
Keep on keeping
cheers,
on,
Muscle Bound.
legend. Have a great day, Paul.
Thank you. Loki Star, thank you as well. Sally, thank you very much too. Did I see Ben Whittaker's fight? I watched the little highlights this morning. He was absolutely monstrous, wasn't he? Knocked him out in, I think, the second round. I saw the highlights on DAZN earlier, and he looked good, didn't he? He looked very good, very devastating. And the fight that got the knockout was like a left kind of, like only a half of a punch, you know. It was incredibly good. Musclebound, dude, that's incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the gifting 50 memberers, dude. Thank you very, very much, Musclebound. That's crazily kind. Thank you very much, dude. Rascal Raz, thank you for the 25 months. Musclebound, thank you very, very much, man. There's a dead zombie there. Oh, fuck me. I've got no gun out again. I guess it's unsafe to assume that in the RP server no one's going to shoot you if you've got no gun out. There was footsteps, was there? This will surprise no one. I didn't hear them. I think we'll carry on.
What a wonderful number.
Cheers for the 69 months. Thank you very much, dude. That sucks. Right, I'm not doing this spawn. It's too similar to the one I just did. Thoughts on the World Cup so far? I've enjoyed the games I've seen. I think the standard has been pretty good. I think the standard at some of the more recent tournaments has been lower. The last Euros, the standard was terrible. And by that I mean the games were poor, you know, like the smaller teams are better now than they were, you know, games like yesterday against Panama and stuff, Panama were decent, Ghana were decent, you know, like they're all well managed, they're all tactically aware, they know what they're doing, their games are hard, but there's been some good performances. Like it's insane that Messi's 39 and has scored 6 goals in 3 games, you know, like, and it came on as a sub and scored last night, you know, like that's crazy. My sound is a little higher today than normally. I put the earplugs on, but the earplugs are not on now. Yeah, the earplugs were on before the restart. There was no rain after the restart, so no. Yeah, the earplugs weren't on. This is the oldest community server on DayZ. It's been up for 17 years now. DayZ has not been out for 17 years, and that's not possible. And if you, I'm presuming you mean in DayZ Underground, by the way, which is not what I'm on. The game came out in December 2013. Did you open the 2 bottles of Bunnahabhain yet? Yes. You were not afraid to get stream sniped? There's not much I can really do, dude. You know, like, it's pretty obvious what server I'm on. Sometimes I can avoid it, sometimes I can't. No, I've opened them, Omni-Man. I've had those 2 bottles for more than a year, dude. I had 2 bottles of Bunnahabhain for, I think I bought them just before I moved into the house here. So I've had those 2 bottles for like 14 months. The second bottle is open. The first bottle is gone. Zerk, thank you for the 13 months. Destroyer, thank you for the 21. Tomty, thank you very much too. Shifty, yeah, I just got absolutely owned in Grishino. I'd just seen a zombie, it's like, oh, there's someone around, and then they blatted me with a shotgun. See, I personally, we've talked about the best player of all time. I can't pick Pele because I'd never seen Pele play. I've seen Maradona play. The most gifted player I've ever seen, without a doubt, is Maradona. The most gifted player on his day, the best player, is Maradona. But if Messi wins the World Cup with Argentina at the age of 39, playing as he is, then his longevity and the fact that he's doing it at this age has to count. It's insane. Like, it's insane that he's... If Argentina win the World Cup and he's Golden Boot player and player of the tournament, then for me, Messi goes to best player of all time. Because of his age and his longevity. And I'm excluding Pele from that purely because he's from... I never saw him play. It's from a time from before I was around. And I know he won 3 World Cups, but he won 3 World Cups in the Brazil team of all time. You know, Messi is not in the Argentina team of all time. It's Messi and some. They're decent, but Messi is like dragging them there, you know, like certainly in the last tournament he did. But like Maradona could do things nobody else could, I think, and he gets a lot of hate in England for obvious reasons with the handball and everything, you know, but he was the most gifted player there's ever been to me, but he also was a bit of a mercurial character and he didn't have the same longevity. He obviously had lots of demons with drugs and binging and whatnot, and it affected his career, it affected his ability, you know, whereas Messi is 39, scored 6 goals in 3 games. That is insane. Non-football fan question. After Messi retires, who is the best active player in the world then? Probably Mbappe. He's not really in the same league, but it's probably Mbappe. He's a bit of an awkward character, but look at what he's doing for France, you know. Probably Mbappe. But there's a big gulf between Messi and Ronaldo at his best. There's a big gulf between those two and anybody else right now. What happened there? gone all to the trouble of making the rag outfit. Bro had a bit too much confidence in his knife, I think. Yeah, Yamal could be one of the ones that's coming into the equation for it. We'll see how it goes yet, but Yamal is still a bit young and maybe not quite there yet. He's certainly not quite at at Mbappe's level yet, but he could be.
Good day TRMZ and peeps. Hope you're more rested since the trip. TRMZ love.
Militia, thank you. Cheers for the support. I'm not really rested in the slightest, but yeah, I'm doing all right. I didn't rest yesterday. I should have done, but I had quite a busy day yesterday. I got quite a lot done. I probably should have took a bit more time off than I did, but anyway, I got plenty done. You know, I got stuff done around the house, got washing done, and some gardening and stuff.
Me again, bitch.
Why does he say it's me again, bitch? Like, I didn't hear his steps at all, which is in my audio thing, but I didn't hear him. Didn't hear him at all until he started hitting me. You can't eat human fat, Roach, right? It does give you kuru. Militia, thank you very much. Now, everyone's saying it's the same guy. That might not have been the mummy guy. It might have been the one that... Because the guy with the mummy didn't talk. I bet that was the other dude, and he just thinks he's got revenge, but he hasn't. You know, that would be my guess. Great RP server. I actually prefer it that it's not only RP, you know. I'd much rather get killed like that once or twice than everybody be really dull. Everybody, hi, my name's Lord McTavington II. Come and see my lands. Come and see all the type of A. I'd hate that. I'd much rather get killed here and there than have it all be like, hello, I'm I don't know, Johnny the Shoe. Doe, thank you for the 8 months. Hope you're good. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Thanks. Destroyer, thank you as well. Do you have a character prepared? Yeah, I'm Stevie Steve, and that's it. I've got no backstory. Well, I know how to run and punch, Z-Rams, yeah. They did nerf it slightly. It used to be way more than it is now, but yeah. I'm good, though. I'm good. I'm glad to be back in a bit of a routine. I've got 16-day countdown to flying to America land, so I'm somewhat eager for that. But I'm good. I'm good. Just had a trip to Chernarus. Well, not to Chernarus, to Prague, but saw the real Chernarus. It was fucking brilliant. Hope this serves you well. Stay hydrated. Do you think Samuel's trying to claim ownership of the well? Fuck you, Samuel. This isn't your well. Fuck you, Samuel. You can't own a well, man. Yeah, you only have to press left click when you're running, Zebrams. That's been the case for a long time, though. When you're sprinting, you just left click and then you can punch. You don't have to raise your fists, yeah. Where am I going to visit in the UK? My other half, Alva, she lives in Portland, Oregon. So I'll be going there. We're going to go to Seattle, and then we're going to see some of her family, like, inland a bit. Last night we started making the plans for myself and Coach Ed to pick you up at Portland Airport. I'm very much looking forward to seeing someone at Portland Airport, and it ain't you two ugly mugs. God, you'd see the disappointment etched all over my face. I'd come through, I'd see that lovely casino carpet from the 1980s, and then turn the corner expecting to see Miss Portland and see you two there. Fuck me dead. That would be real shit, wouldn't it? It'd be like finding out you've won the lottery and then realising it's been shared with 2,000 people in some kind of quirk or something. Only high I have about this World Cup is the fact that the Scottish drank all the beer in Boston. I think the games have been pretty solid. There's been plenty of highlights, I think. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to Seattle, Alva. I've never been. We're going for the weekend. I'm seeing a Mariners game as well, which is good. So I'm going to see a baseball game, which will be fun. It's a shame, actually, with the Portland footballers. I forget the name of the team. I can't remember the name of the team. Let's call them the Portland Prancers for now. Someone can tell me. I can't remember the name of the team. But they are actually playing at home on the Thursday of the second week. But we're going to be away. Otherwise, we could go and see it. Yeah, the Timbers. That's it. Yeah, the Timbers. Different Portland, Zippy. It's different Portland. Portland, Oregon, not Portland, Maine. Portland Prancers, yeah. Screaming Beagle, thank you for the 18 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Right, we're going to have one more go at this. We'll try and get geared one more time. And then I'm going to cry foul and let loose the dogs of come back tomorrow on Banov. MLS is meh. It's all good, you know. Like it's like the levels are the levels, you know. Like if it's competitive and you see an half decent game, everybody knows that the MLS doesn't have quite the same standard, but it's improving. You know, it's way better now than it was in the 90s and the noughties. It's definitely getting better. You know, it will improve as time moves on. It already has. I'm not in Prague only, man. I couldn't stream from Prague, dude. Not like this. I'd have to be at my PC at home, you know. You reminded me, happened to be in Copenhagen to visit friends during the Denmark versus Scotland match a while back. Every single pub was full of Scots in blue. Yeah. Real gamers bring their tower PC on trips. Yeah. I can imagine using the hotel internet for streaming would be good. Used to be a season ticket holder. Did you digital? I couldn't say that. Did you digital? Did you digital? That hill is the hill I climbed on Tuesday. God, it feels like forever ago. From down there was a train station where the train tracks are. We got off a train station somewhere over there roughly and climbed that hill. Believe me when I say it's a lot harder climbing that hill in real life than it is in the game. If you've not seen it, there are videos of me from the top of that hill on my Insta, Paul_OnlyManZ. It's cool. You could see parts of the way the map is, and you could see like places that would be in the game. It was very cool. Omni-Man, I did see Taupe. Yeah, I did see Taupe. I have a little video of me on the back of a V3S truck, and Taupe was sitting pretty much opposite me, so he's in that briefly, because I was trying to record a bit of me and a bit of the truck going forwards. Screaming Beagle, thank you for the 18 months. Cheers, dude. It was fucking cool, Greg. The video of me being on the V3S truck is not on Insta yet, Omni. I might put it on there. I've been kind of putting one thing on a day, so today I put that picture on you were just talking about. Yesterday I put on a group of pictures, I think, but I'll probably put the V3S truck thing on there at some point as well, yeah. Will there be a YouTube video of the whole trip? I doubt it. The videos I've been putting on separately on Insta, the only thing I've got half a mind to do is take those videos and combine it with game footage to give you a comparison between the two. That could be kind of fun. I'd quite like to do that, so I might get that done. Actually gone slightly right there. Let's go this way. Alva, does anyone have any old VHS movies they want to get rid of? I've got quite a few. They're £50 each. Seems like a good deal. NBBG35, cheers for the follow on the YouTubes, dude. Thank you. I parted with my go fishing videos. I used to love John Wilson. He's no longer alive now, but he was like the angling guru from when I was a kid. And he used to have a show called Go Fishing, and I absolutely loved it. And the first series ever, there was 3 VHSs. They were quite expensive for what they were. You only got 2 episodes per VHS as well, so you got like 2 half-an-hour episodes, and you had to buy three of them. But I had those. I fucking loved them. I knew them word for word when I used to watch them all the time. I had lots of the others as well, but I had the first series and many others too. But I used to like those. John Wilson was the man. Paul is more into river monsters now. Jerry Wade's kind of cool. I don't really like the element of it's going to be a man-eater. It's going to be this one will definitely eat you, and then it's like, probably the Arapaima isn't the thing that killed the dude after all. It was probably a crocodile. They don't need the Jeopardy part, do they? You know, but the show itself is great. Did you break your leg when you played the new map for 2 hours? Nope. Go fishing. Never thought I'd hear anyone other than my dad say those words together. Oh, John Wilson was a legend. Do you think DayZ 2 will have its own baby like they do Chernarus on the original DayZ, like a map they will pour everything into? I hope so, yeah. I really hope it has a remastered version of Chernarus as an extra. But I hope the main map is something completely new. Hi, Hard Slabsy, hope you're good. We're doing alright. Not had the best of runs today. I've died quite a bit, but the day is young. Did you meet Luke on your trip? What Luke? Luke at D's Nuts? You're going to say something stupid, aren't you? Rex Hunt. Where's Rex? Wahoo!
Thanks for
gone
helping me on
fishing.
Instagram, lol.
I used to like Rex Hunt as well. Josephius, thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, Rex was the man. I didn't like that Matt Hayes. He was too serious. Matt Hayes. He came a bit later. He was far too serious. Do you like Wendy's? I've only had it once or twice. They're okay. I certainly prefer it to say McDonald's or Burger King. Yeah. Thought I saw a pair. When D's nuts hit your lips. Oh my god. Thought I saw a pair. Was there any action the last hour? I got killed in Grishino, and then I got killed in Svetlo. So if that classes as action, then yes. Make sure you have KFC when you're here. It will be the best Burger King you've ever had. Yeah, that's good, yeah. I also created a lovely romantic pet name for Miss Portland on that night as well. She loves it, she does. McDonald's in Thailand is excellent. I think you're living there, which is acceptable, Razor Bob. I think I saw you saying a minute ago that you were building a PC so you could play while you were there. So the fact that you're living there and has tried McDonald's is acceptable. But if you were in Thailand for a 2-week holiday and you had McDonald's, at least if you had McDonald's more than once, enough to understand that it was better, then I think you would be in serious danger, you know. Sir Five, no, my partner, she's from Portland, Oregon, so I'm going to be around the PNW, Oregon, Seattle, and places like that. Did you get in and out? Yeah, the in and out was actually there's one fairly close to where she lives, but it wasn't open. It was being built when we were there last, Red Line, but I think we may try it. Reaper, thank you. Yeah, I only started the Instagram about this time last year, actually. I started it around September, just ahead of going to TwitchCon. I just thought it'd be fun to start sharing a few things because last year I was relatively newly single and I was going to be going off to places like TwitchCon and stuff. I thought it'd be a fun thing to share a few videos and reels and whatnot, or videos and pictures of things that I get up to, you know. It seemed like a fun thing, but back of the horse, yeah, I am, Kieran, and yeah, I'm definitely, if we're doing any pantomime horses, I'm going to be the back of the horse and not the front, between me and Miss Portland. That's very true, yeah. Big Kev, yeah. There might be some in and out in Portland. There might be. It does seem a long time ago, doesn't it? It does seem that the live stream that we did. I watched the first 10 seconds of that the other day, just to see what I looked like, because I've lost a little bit of weight since then, obviously. But I watched the first 10 seconds. I'd completely forgotten how bad my voice was. Why'd you leave Prague? I had a funeral on Thursday, Omni-Man, so I was only there Monday to Wednesday. I had to go to a family funeral on Thursday, so I only went Monday to Wednesday. I stayed for the bits that were in Prague, came back on Thursday, came back Wednesday night for a funeral. Can Miss Portland beat you in a race? It depends what kind of race. Eating race, no. Running race, yes. Pretty much everyone could beat me in a race. I'm not built for speed. Josephius, thanks again, dude. Five. I am getting there on the 14th, so no. I am there. I'm flying there while in the air. The first of the World Cup semi-finals will be being played. But if England were to make it to the semi-final, I know that's a big if, but if they make it, they'll be playing on the 15th. So my first full day in Portland, you never know. It could even be spent watching England in the semi-finals. That would be fucking amazing. Please let it be so. Yeah, that's a good shout. There's new merch available at the merch site, guys. We added a load of new merch lines. I still haven't used that credit, by the way, but yeah. There's a load of new merch lines added. I need to look at that. I keep forgetting. But yeah, exclamation merch. Check it out. There's new merch lines added. Shitloads of them there is. USA versus England final. Oh, I'd love that. It won't happen, but I'd love it. I'd like to go whale watching, E-Rude. That'd be fun. You can do that in Seattle, can't you? You can do that. That I'd like to do that. I do get a bit seasick. I just have to get... Well, to be fair, I'm fine. If the boat's moving, I'm okay. But if the boat stays stationary and it's rocking in the waves, then I tend to start throwing up. But I could take something for that, couldn't I, if I was prepared? But the problem is we're only there for the weekend. We get there Friday. We're coming back Sunday. So if we did that, that would take most of the Saturday, and that's it. You know, it's hard when you go somewhere for like Friday night, all day Saturday, and Sunday some of the day to do a really long excursion. They do have orcas, yeah. Oh, fuck off. I'm not going to lie. I hate it. I really like the idea of a RP-type server and whatnot, but fencing off the hunting spawning stuff just sucks. It sucks, doesn't it? There's so many places with just like normal houses and normal towns that you can build bases. Why do they always have to do it where the good loot spawns? It winds me up. Why do they have to stop you being able to loot the good spots? In fact, I'm going on. Fuck it. I'm going on another server. I just don't want to do it. I want to be able to loot that. I don't want to be able to not loot the hunting cabins. It sucks. I hate it so much. It does my fucking head in. So I'm just going to go on another server. There we go. Floors, dude, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Streaking it. That'd be a hell of a final, J-Dog. Holy shit. Yeah, I feel the same about castles as well, PG. I agree. We found a police station in Novi Sobor that was walled off, for example. So you're a new spawn. Not Novi Sobor, sorry, Gorka. You're a new spawn that's travelled over from, I don't know, Berezino. And you're holding out to get to the police station, try and get a vest or something. You can't even go in the fucking thing, you know? It does my head in. Going to Kurt Cobain's old house. Probably not full send, but we might do there's a music museum we might do. We're doing the market thing that I keep forgetting the name of, but there's a famous market there. We're definitely going to do that. We're going to a Mariners game. I think we might go to a music museum. Who are my top 5 English footballers of all time? Fuck me, that's a hell of a question. Number one, Paul Gascoigne. Number 2, Pike Place. Yeah, that's it. Number 2. I don't know. I think by the end of his career, number 2 might be Harry Kane, by the way. Number 3, Gary Lineker. Just because of his World Cup goals, I think. Fucking Solnici. Fuck me dead. I don't know. You'll see the very first Starbucks. Maggie will be in. Maggie actually, believe it or not, Redline. I forgot to tell Miss Portland this, but Maggie said to me in the car, because I told her I was going to Seattle, she was like, "Oh, the first Starbucks Maggie likes. She loves the strawberry acai, which is just like a strawberry and it's the most ridiculously expensive drink ever. It's some dried freeze dried strawberries, I think, in some lemonade and some strawberry juice, and they want fucking £6 for a medium, £6 something." But nonetheless, she really fucking loves them. I don't think she'll love them so much when she has to play from them when she's older. But the first thing she said about the trip was, "Oh, you could go to the original Starbucks," and she seemed quite happy with that. Oh God. No, Steven Gerrard. I don't think Steven Gerrard is the Liverpool best player of all time, I think, probably. But I don't think he's in England's top 5. No, he never really got to play in his favoured position. He was always playing on the left. He was played out of position. No. Definitely not. Who was the defender, the famous defender from the '66 World Cup, West Ham? I forget his name. He would probably be in the top 5, wouldn't he? He's before my time, but he was an absolute fucking hero. I can see a picture of him now, but I can't remember his fucking name. That's terrible. Bobby Moore, well done. Yeah, and then maybe Bobby Charlton as well would perhaps be in there as well. But again, before my time. But based on, yeah, I think I'll okay. Top 5 of all time. Gazza number 1. Harry Kane number 2. I know it's very subjective and people will disagree. Gary Lincoln at number 3 because they're players I've seen. And then number 4 and 5, I'm going to go for Bobby Moore and Bobby Charlton. David Beckham probably does deserve to be in there. All right, I'll take out Bobby Charlton. I don't think John Barnes is in the top 5 England players of all time either. He scored an amazing goal for Brazil, but I don't think he was ever quite as good for England as he was for Liverpool. But yeah, I ought to try and get her a souvenir from the original Starbucks. As much as I hate the commercialisation of that. To be fair, I do have a Starbucks mug in my cupboard from Portland, like a local one. And I know it's a really commercial thing, but it's got that on it, and Miss Portland bought it for me, so it's my favourite mug, obviously. But nonetheless, I don't really like the idea of buying her a mug from Starbucks. I fucking hate Starbucks. I quite like the coffee, actually tastes okay, but I just don't like that they don't pay tax in the UK. It does me head in. So if I go to my local town, I always go to my... there's an independent place, and the guy that runs it, it's really good. It's better coffee as well, but it's cheaper, it's better, and it's actually... it's ran by the dude... Well, it's a couple. It's ran by the couple that own it, and they pay tax. They have to. I don't go in Pret. I don't go in Pret. Most of the Prets are all in London and stuff. I don't go in Pret if I can help it either. I don't really like those kinds of places. I'd try to go to like somewhere where the person selling you the coffee is the person that owns the business if I can. Where I can. Not always can you, but it's kind of better if you can do that. Of the chain ones, I think I quite like Cafe Nero, the coffee, the actual taste. Cafe Nero seems okay. I think I prefer Starbucks to Costa in terms of taste. I have got the gamma on for you guys, yeah. Am I playing on official servers or lightly modded? I play on both, dude. I play on both. I don't really want to say because it just helps stream snipers. I know you're not one, but it does. So I play on both quite regularly. If I'm playing on a modded server, it's always lightly modded. So, oh, holy shit! Hello.
Are you the running man?
No. Hello though. My name is Dave.
Okay. Ta-ra.
Dave away! God, it's dark. Can't see shit. Oh, I'm going to Aggie every fucking zombie now. Oh, he definitely doesn't get a love you bye. He seemed like a nice enough dude, but... Yeah, nobody gets a love you bye if their opening gambit is "Are you who you are?" He seemed like a nice enough fella though. No love you bye for that. You used to get killed for that, right? But I'm not quite so strict as I used to be. But you're definitely not getting a love you bye. No chance. Uh-oh. Dutch Brothers is so much better than Starbucks, and the staff are nice and upbeat. I don't like the bit where they make you give you the name. Like, I know why they do it, but I still don't like it. It doesn't make it feel personal. It just annoys me. Johnny the Shoe, yeah. Hi Tango, it was great. I put some stuff on Insta the last few days of some of the bits. It was great. I wish I could have gone for the whole trip. To be honest, I don't... No, nobody's here. That was a very high-pitched question. Is there someone in here? I think he sounds somewhat startled. Yeah, we don't get Dutch Bros in the UK, but it was great. If you had a gun, would you have killed him? I'd probably have been 50-50. I used to kill everybody that outed me as the running twat, right? But I don't anymore. I'm a little bit more laissez-faire about it than I used to be, dude. So Is it Liam? Yeah, it was a bit similar voice, yeah. Got any content for the upcoming videos yet? Nope. Another dreaded heat dome forming over the Atlantic will move right over the United Kingdom and Western Europe into the second week of July. Oh good, all my plants will die while I'm away. I'm going to have to tap the man up next door to water them for me. I watered them really thoroughly on Sunday.
Keep on running.
And then got back... I got back to the house on Thursday evening and I watered them thoroughly then. And 3 of them were like wilted to the ground. Thankfully, I got back just in time. So 3 of my lobelias had wilted to the ground, but watering them on Thursday night. Hello.
Hey, you okay?
I'm great, yeah.
There's a dead dude over there. Do you know anything about
that? This fella in the police station just told me there's a dead dude over there, but that's all I know.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He seems like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy, doesn't he? Seems very chipper. Where am I from in Europe? I live in England, dude. Suffolk. Will you play other maps again? I miss watching you. I've got a video out of me playing Banov yesterday, Ghost. I played Banov with Muller just before I went away. I'll be playing Banov tomorrow. Yeah, they're all tagged, Jason. If you open the picture, it shows you the tags over the person. So that the one on the left is Lady Adventure, and then it's Slexify, then Holly Rex, and then Lottie, and then me. I did maybe go a little bit Instagrammy there because I did link all of them and I put their channel links, or their tags I should say, over the person so you could see who they are, but you need to be really au fait with Insta to work that one out. Something I am not. I still haven't really worked out reels and stories and shit. I've not been to Poland, Godfather. I've just been to Prague and surrounding area. I've not been to Poland. Folks are demanding another Redline team up. Yeah, I saw that question, Redline, from one person, and I ignored it. Besides, honestly, I don't think I can team up with someone that will just disappear after 60 minutes without saying anything. Yeah, I'm ignoring that as well, Jamie, yeah. You'd never do that to me. Oh, yeah. Could we say that DayZ is Project Zomboid but 3D? I think DayZ came out before Project Zomboid. So I think you could say that Project Zomboid is DayZ but 2D. Ooh. The man from the PD. He done shoot. Is that a light? There might have been like a flicker in the tree, but it looked a bit like a light. I'm going to have me a protein shake in a sec. I'm feeling hungry. I've got a fry for dinner tonight. I think I've got lamb rendang, but I'm going to have it after the stream. So I need to go a bit long. I need to go another... Sunday's always the shortest stream of the week, but I've got to do at least another 2 hours, right? So... can't quite make out which watch you wore in the picture. 1868. I've actually hidden it, so you can't make it out. If you zoom in on that particular bit, there's a little black circle over the watch. It's actually a Vanta black dial. It's not that I just put a little black splodge over it in my thing. Yeah, Poland's meant to be a nice place to go. Like, certainly cost-wise, it's a good place. You know, there's definitely reasons for me to want to go there. You know, but there's only so much travel time. You know, right now, if I'm going anywhere, I'm flying to America Land if I can. You know. Yeah, I was talking. I can see you and Tango, Redline and Tango talking. I think Holly is going to TwitchCon. I'm pretty sure she is. I think she's going to go. Holly Rex. I was trying to talk. Lexi wants to go. I was trying to talk the Fresh Spawns into going, but I don't know if they're going to go or not. I think they were kind of umming and ahhing, but that would be cool. What do I think about modded maps? They're really important for the game. There's been loads and loads of fun to be had. Modded maps are probably one of the best things about modding for DayZ. Being able to get lost and explore new areas and new maps and play maps like Deral and the Mausk, and there's so many others like Banov that I'm going to be playing tomorrow. You know, it's great. Erod, there's a Ferris wheel right on the coast, close to Pike Place. Is that cool? I saw a really nice a really nice restaurant. I think it was called the Pink Room or something. It looked really, really nice. Very fancy Italian restaurant. It looked great, but checking the reservations list, it's like booked out for like 3 or 4 weeks already, so we can't actually get a reservation. I don't think I can pull the I'm a streamer card. I don't think that will work somehow. Not that I would anyway, but I don't think that will work. Yeah, Holly normally goes. She was saying that she was holding fire just to be doubly sure that it wasn't going to coincide with Badlands release. Which we don't know when Badlands is coming out, but I think she's sort of holding fire until she knows for sure on that. I honestly feel like the devs are going to give us a date at some point. I feel like we'll have a date. Maybe the next update, they just put an update out for Badlands, and I think they're doing them monthly. This update they've just put out seems to have a lot more stuff in it, a lot more. And obviously I got to play Badlands, and it seemed fairly finished. It seemed really good. So I feel like that, judging by the state of the map when I played it on Wednesday, it can't be far away from them giving us the date when they're going to release it. My best guess is it's going to be October-ish time, like maybe late September. It could be November, but I don't think they'll go close to Christmas. Omni-Man, yeah, played it for 2 hours. It was good. I suppose we could just light this, make it slightly easier to see, won't it? Have you played Chernarus 2035 map? I have not, no. You know damn well Badlands will come out the second week of TwitchCon. I actually willing to bet, Coach said, that Badlands comes out the week I've booked to go see Miss Portland in October. Any money you fucking like, that's when Badlands will come out. It will come out when I'm in Portland in October. I guarantee it.
How is this possible?
Skipper, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. Q-Tip Baller, thank you for the 63. Cheers for the gifted memberships, I should say, Skipper. Thank you. Michelle, thank you very much. Have a good run. Love to YouTube chat. And Pinkster, thank you very much, Michelle. Herbie Fish, thank you as well. Cooked Sand, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing DayZ at TwitchCon, Redline, unless it gets like. I honestly think they will have budget for stuff like that when DayZ 2 is close, but that's going to be years away yet. But that'll be really fun to be able to go to a TwitchCon or go to a gaming event and DayZ actually fucking go, you know? Like, they used to do that in 2013, 2014 when they had budget and a new game, but they don't do it now. It would be brilliant to see that now, you know, but they'll do it. They'll be. I think they're doing it now for Arma 4, so I'm pretty sure they're going to some gaming events and whatnot for Arma 4 on the run up to it releasing in 2027. So let's assume DayZ 2 is coming 2030, you know, they'll be doing it in 2029, won't they? 2029, 2030. What, you mean your missus doesn't want a nice romantic trip to San Diego, Coach? Come on. Acid Freaker, you're good at maths, just like me. Wondering what the weather effects will be like in DayZ 2. It would be cool if there was localized weather, so you could have rain in... Like, it could be maybe more likely to rain in certain parts of the map, like higher ground or whatever, you know, and not so common on the coast, maybe. That would be good. Hi, Charper. I did. It was brilliant. If you want to see some pictures, there's some pictures on my Instagram, Paul_OnlyManZ, but yeah, check it out if you want. I put a picture of me and 4 of the lady streamers on Insta earlier today. The ladies. It's not San Diego, it's the company that awaits you there. Oh, I see. We're just too highbrow, are we? I didn't get to talk to many people at TwitchCon because you have anxiety without liquid courage. We'll just have to have a little bit of liquid courage turned on, that's the answer. It is tricky, though, it is tricky. See, I don't have anxiety about it, I'm just a bit of a miserable fucker. So... I tend to not be proactive enough at times talking to people. I'm not anxious about it, I just can't be fucked. It's the honest truth. So yeah, I can have similar troubles for a different reason. And I because I knew that I was going to be meeting people there that were there, like Redline and Coach and Mezza and whatnot, and Nate and so on, I was pretty good. I guess it's unfair of me to say that I was... It's probably not true to say I didn't, because I then obviously managed to slip a girl my number, get her number, and then end up dating her, you know. So maybe I'm doing myself a slight disservice. I did talk to everyone. I probably am sort of talking myself down a bit there. I did kind of find that quite fun. Like, quite a few people were coming. Like, even like Frag Dempsey was like talking about like when they were starting out and the fact that I was streaming. I'm not saying I inspired Frag Dempsey. He didn't say that either. But I was kind of around when he started, and then he took a break and came back, and I was still around. And it's kind of cool to like have those conversations with people. You know, like. Some of the people there that are really well-known streamers kind of watched me before they were a streamer and stuff. That's kind of cool. I did meet Anthony Kongfan. Yeah, to be fair, I am talking myself down. Like, Anthony Kongfan doesn't know me at all, you know. I know of him. He knows of me, but what I mean is he doesn't know what I look like or anything. So I did go up. I went up and said and introduced myself and sat and talked to him for 10 minutes. So I probably am not. I probably am talking myself down a bit. I actually made a bit of an effort, I suppose. It's not often that I normally am. I default to talking myself down, maybe, but I probably did do more of an effort than I normally would, to be fair. ViperCon, thank you for the follow. It was cool, actually. I'm very glad I went. And I'm very glad I went for obvious reasons as well. I met Miss Portland, but it was a good... I'm very glad I went. It's made me really eager to go back this year. I've not talked about it extensively with Miss Portland, but I kind of feel like this will be the last time for San Diego, I think. I really like TwitchCon. I enjoyed it, but I don't want to go to San Diego for 3 years, you know. I feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot, expecting people to go to the same place over and over again, you know. I think it's kind of stupid. So I'm going to go this time, and it's a really good way for me to see Miss Portland for like an extended period as well, you know. But I don't want to go back to San Diego 3 years running. It's a good place, but not really over it. I would like to do the European one. Yeah, I've not done that yet. The simple reason I've not done it is that the time off. I knew about the Prague trip since early to mid-April, somewhere like that. So I knew I wouldn't have space, and any time off I'm taking beyond the Prague trip for DayZ, I want to be trying to see Miss Portland if I can. You know, like it's not easy. Like it's a long flight for her to come over to Europe. She did come to stay with me in the UK, but she only has limited time off. You know, so.
How do? Keep up the good work, my man.
Paul, Twitch are based around the West Coast, so they tend to do it fairly close to where they are logistically. So it's very often somewhere on the West Coast because that's where the Twitch head offices are, because all of the Twitch bods have got to get there. So for them, obviously people have got to travel from around the world for TwitchCon potentially, but it makes sense. Normally they're more likely to do it on the West Coast because that's where they're based. Miss Portland is coming, Tango. Yeah, she's going to be there. We're there for like 8 days, so we're there well in advance. But we'll be there like for the Twitch stuff from the Thursday onwards. Like having been to the DayZ thing the last week and meeting all the peeps again, it's made me more eager to get to TwitchCon again. It was good. Who made the first step with Miss Portland? Me. Although to be fair, I got her number and gave her mine, and we arranged to meet. We were doing things as a group on the Sunday, and we went out with a lot of us. So I had a number, but after that, after the Sunday, we carried on texting each other, and those texts got more serious as time went on. So we didn't hook up or anything while in San Diego. I didn't even kiss or anything like that, you know. But we kind of got to know each other a bit as time went on from there. I definitely want to go to... Holy shit. Hello. You alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
I saw you through the window and you scared me.
That's okay. Yeah, you were... I didn't even know you were there. It scared the shit out of me. Okay, let's loot these quick. Yeah, I want to go to the Aero Bar again if possible. That was cool. It was fun. I need to be slightly less drunk though. I did sober up after I had that Sunday dinner in the English pub, and it kind of sobered me up. But we've been out far too long, and I was like I've been drinking since 8:30 in the morning. he's already looted it. Fuck. I think the Red Bulls at the fourth wall mixer thing. I had drank so many Red Bull cocktails. It kind of kept me going for a while. I just call her Miss Portland Jumper because she's from Portland, and I'm being like we're in a long distance relationship that's kind of, boy, we're getting on great. It's going really well. I'm very, very happy, but I'm not going to give out like her life story and her details right now. You know, so I'm just keeping it kind of fairly discreet for obvious reasons. You know, otherwise she might get undue attention she doesn't necessarily need right now. You know, so I just, that's the good way to. So she's from Portland. She's Miss Portland. Hi 1337 Kaka, hope you're good. Yeah, we did. I definitely drank a lot more last year and the year before. This year I was really good. I had about 8 beers on the Monday and I went home by about 10 p.m. And on the Tuesday we'd had a crazy long day and I had an even longer day the next day, so I had 5 beers. I said to everyone I wasn't drinking. I said to everyone we weren't drinking, and we went to this pizza place and we'd had such a long day, right? And we all ordered drinks, and I ordered a pint. I had a 50cl Star of Brahman, so like a half litre.
Take my Bezo.
And the lady was bringing the drinks round, and before she'd put all the drinks on the table, I drank mine and ordered another one. Like, I told everyone I absolutely wasn't drinking, and I drank the beer before everyone else had got their beer. But understandably so, it was a very, very long and hot day, and I needed it. But I only had 5. Unk, I think it will be. I think they're going to add the dynamic convoys in it. The Road to Badlands experimental update. Yeah, I think that we might be able to find the scar from July the 1st. Yeah. But nonetheless, I feel glad. I had 5 beers. England were playing on the Tuesday night, and we went to a bar to watch the game. It kicked off at 10 p.m. there. It was 9 p.m. in the UK. It was 10 p.m. there. And then just as the game kicked off, 2 of the screens of the pub stopped working. And I was standing up and my feet were killing me. It was the day we'd walked all around Chernarus. So I went back to the hotel at 20 past 10 and just watched it in the bed. Cheers, Soggy, dude. Thank you. PG Timey, thank you very, very much for the 26 months. Bulldog, thank you for the 55, dude. Well, not drinking is about 5 beers, I'd say, when you're on a like work-related shindig, you know, like that's effectively what it was. You know, it's like a works night out, kind of, you know. But the pizza was great. I had mine had rocket / arugula and prosciutto on it. It was really good. It was really nice. It was great. I'd actually go for one right now. It's glorious. But anyway, I had that, and it was such a crazy long day, right? We'd effectively walked from 10 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. fairly non-stop, up quite steep hills, through really kind of rough, not rough terrain, but like knee-high grass in lots of places, you know, like, and it was very, very rigorous. It was hard. And it was really hot as well. It was very, very hot. So it was a long enough day, and certainly I think I earned the beer that day. I took 4.5 litres of water with me, and I drank 4 litres of it, and I didn't have a piss all day for obvious reasons. So like, I drank 4 litres of water and probably didn't drink enough, but I certainly stayed hydrated enough, I guess. I just didn't think I checked this this house spawns hunting. I thought I'd check it properly. I didn't find anything worth having. Very nice, S-Val. Very cool. Just be careful with that. If you accidentally hit the emergency, I think it's something like a £20,000 fine or something, isn't it? Because it will work, right? If you actually did the emergency thing and somebody came out, you have to pay crazy money for that. So make sure no one fucks with it. I'm so glad I did get back early on the Tuesday night though, because Wednesday was such a crazy long day. Like, I could do without that. And then obviously I got picked up from at the armour offices about 5:15. Got the taxi to the airport, and then my plane was delayed by about 3 hours. It was a fucking long day. I was lying on the cold floor of the hotel, not the hotel, of the airport. Oh shit! I nearly dropped my nearly knocked over my thing. Then that was lucky. Yeah, I was lying on the cold floor of the airport, just waiting for the plane that was delayed. Oh, you've removed the battery to the beacon. Yeah, wise move, S-Val. I nearly knocked over, and it would have knocked into my keyboard, my protein shake. I don't think there's a convoy, but I'll just double check over. I think we'd already see it, but I'll just double check over the hill. We'd definitely see it by now. No convoy. Right, I was going to go to the castle, but I don't want to fuck with the wolves, so I'm going to go this way. Isn't there a pub in the airport? Unfortunately, they absolutely fucking shafted us. The plane was due to take off at 8:30, and you have to get a coach from the terminal to the airplane from Prague. And so they'd already put a coach load of people onto the first coach. They'd done like the priority boarding, and they were sitting on the coach, and the plane wasn't delayed at that point. And then it got delayed. So everybody was already through passport control. Everybody was through security. Nobody could go anywhere. There was nothing open. There was a vending machine that sold water, but we were all at the terminal. There was nothing. So it absolutely sucked. I've got access to I have a lounge card. So in Prague, there's a lounge that I went in there, and I could sit in there and charge my phone and drink and eat without paying any money. But I couldn't go back to the lounge because I was already through all the security and whatnot. Hi Dennis, hope you're good. GG D-Sean. I think we've managed to ditch the wolves, which is good. I think we can turn the camera off now. That's another pack of wolves, for fuck's sake.
Much love, Paul.
Brian,
Thanks
thank you.
for
You've been watching the
always giving
videos
us
for 3
top-tier
years.
content.
Cheers for tuning in, dude.
TRMZ love.
Nathan, thank you as well. Cheers for the support. Ajvar, thank you very much too. Cheers for the resub as well. Hydration breaks for some beers. Yeah, that was good. Dennis James, hello. I didn't say it earlier. There's a Gorky Basel on me. I said it this time. I don't normally take that, but it could come in handy with the quest if I found a sparkler. Yeah, cheers Nathan, dude. Thank you. Hi Connor, hope you're well. I need to get this protein shake done. I'm fucking starving at the moment. Chernarus quest. No, the quest with keycards and whatnot is a modded server, Edfix. So many people think this guy looks like Mr. Bean. It's insane. I don't think he looks that much like it, to be honest. But you're not the first judge, and you're about the third person today to say it, to be honest. Right, give me 1 sec. It's not on most servers, Edfix. It's specific to one server. Other servers have similar things, but there's only one server that has the quest with the keycard starting from the sea. Yeah, I don't think he looks anything like Rowan Atkinson. He looks exactly like Burnside. Frank Burnside. DI. Hi, Harry. Next time, bring the gaming laptop and stream from the airport. I was only lying on the floor so I could charge my phone, but I think streaming from there would be a little bit optimistic. Kaka, yeah, I like playing with Joito. We played, I think we played pretty much every Thursday in December. I'm sure we'll have another team up soon enough, yeah. Does that mean they're aggroed on someone else if they don't attack? No, Paul, when they're howling, they're not aggroed on you. That's just them howling. They're in the area, they likely know you're there, but that doesn't mean they're aggroed on you, because you can still outrun them. Hearing a wolf howling is no different than hearing a cow mooing or something, you know, it's just the sound the animal makes. When they're aggroed on you, they normally stop howling and they start barking and stuff, you know, and then they start biting. PG Timey, there's decent quests on Karma Crew and Zero, obviously. They've both got quests.
Thanks for everything, Paul.
Swash, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. How do people know I am sub to TRMZ? I don't know, Soggy. Carrie, Joe was not there this time, unfortunately. It would have been great to see her again, but no, she wasn't there this time. I hope she gets to go next time. If she can go. Do I have a handheld PC? Got a phone. Got a phone. That's basically a handheld PC, right? I don't have any. I don't have any laptop or anything. No. Your age is showing. Fuck are you? Well, what kind of handheld PC am I going to have? You know, like what kind of handheld PC am I going to have? Yeah, I've got a BlackBerry. I don't have a Stream Deck. No, I only play DayZ. I played one or two other things with Miss Portland, but I don't really play. I don't really play games. I don't play games. I play DayZ. That's it. Oh, nice. That's kind of handy. It's not what I want, but it's okay. I had an Atari Lynx when I was younger, and one of those Sega ones. That's showing my age. Handheld PC, yeah, Atari Lynx, mate. What's my favourite game growing up? Premier Manager, probably. Premier Manager on the Amiga 500. I was a big fan of the first Tomb Raider, and I really like Golden Axe and some others, you know, like... Dustin, thank you very much for the membership. Swash, thank you too. Right, I'm going to go and hunt me a boar. Who's going to win, Holland or Morocco? Netherlands or Morocco? I think the Netherlands will probably win that game, but it's a very, very tight game. I'm glad that England aren't playing Morocco. I don't think I completed Golden Axe solo, Harry. I don't think I did. No, I just enjoyed it. Lurto, yeah, my team is Liverpool. Yeah, I've never seen him play live though. I'm only more of an armchair fan for now. Why have they stopped making noise? They didn't sound that far away. I might as well go and check that while I'm here, and then maybe the boar will make another noise. Yeah, I did enjoy Sensible Soccer and Cannon Fodder. Cannon Fodder was great. Who will win today, Canada or South Africa? I've not seen South Africa play. Canada were kind of shit when I saw them play, but I'm going to say Canada anyway. I think Canada are home advantage, haven't they? They'll probably win it. I think Canada are probably slightly better than South Africa, but I haven't seen South Africa play, to be honest. Oh, here's a question for you. I didn't see you asked it. It might have been Harry. Do you keep chocolate in the fridge or the cupboard? I keep chocolate in my stomach. If I buy chocolate, I eat it. So I don't normally buy chocolate. Canada are playing in LA, are they? Okay.
Hey Paul, any chance you would be open to doing a once-a-month PvP stream where you invite all your members to join? I know it isn't your typically gameplay style, but would love to PvP with you.
I've tried to do stuff like that in the past a bit. It never really works very well, dude. People don't actually want to PvP. They want to hide in bushes and shoot you in the back, and it just becomes kind of boring. So I've tried to do similar things in the past, but people don't want to actually PvP. They want to wait until you open the door and then aim at the door and shoot you in the face. You know, it's not actually very fun. God, doesn't even know she doesn't even know her buddy's dead. Poor little thing. Look at that! It was a great shot. Look at that! That was a beautiful shot, right in the temple. Oh shit! Oh, I can wash my hands, can't I? I remember Jet Set Willy, Rob. I remember the music being cool. For some reason, I'm not seeing Coach Zed's messages. I don't know what's gone on. There's something weird going on there. It's just kind of blank. I can wash my hands with that, can't I? I'm not doing it, Pinkster. I'm a reformed man. Changed. I'm a changing man. Hi, Veronica. Hope you're good. Veronica Vella, hello. If I did anything like that, I wouldn't. I've never really been one. I used to do a sub plays when I was a Twitch only streamer, and that was kind of okay. There was a reason, but if I had an open server, I'd have it open to viewers. I wouldn't make it open to members or subs only. It would be for anyone. But there is a challenge to that. If you say you've got a 70-person server, you could have it full, and then a lot of people are trying to get in and are annoyed they can't. You know, it can have a bit of a opposite than you want effect. But that aside, like you say, it's not really my thing. But having done a few of them in the past, it is kind of frustrating how people don't want to fight. They want to shoot you from 300 meters away, and when you realise where they are, they just run away and then come and have another go in a minute when you don't know where they are again. Well, what was the England score? England won 2-0 yesterday. Panama against Ghana and Croatia. I didn't see the games, but by all accounts, they were very, very tight. They defended really well, and Ghana and Croatia struggled to score against them. You know, so they were decently solid defensively, and were so last night as well. But England managed to score from a corner, and then. After that, once there was a goal, it kind of changed the game a bit, and England were able to create more chances and score a second. Any suggestions on good Namalsk servers? Zero, Day One, Spaggy. Not sure. I'm sure there's others. Karma Crew. Pundits arguing after the game was my highlight. I didn't watch that, Harry. I watched the game with Miss Portland, and as soon as the game finished, I turned it off. It doesn't pick up the bolt automatically, no. You have to left mouse it to do that. Yeah, I quite like that the crowds are booing the water breaks, especially when it's pissing down with rain. It's just ridiculous. And we all know why it's there. FIFA are saying some bollocks about how they can't do water breaks at only the games that are hot because it gives the coaches an unfair advantage in that game over other games where they don't get water breaks. It's bollocks. It's obviously to make more money, right? But nonetheless, like having a hydration break when it's pissing it down with rain and not hot is just nonsense, isn't it? Yeah, there wasn't a great deal. There was no injury time in the first half at all as such. There was no extra time. They added 3 minutes, but that's the length of the hydration break. So there was very little in the way of injuries and play acting and whatnot. The England-Panama game was very good for that, wasn't it? There wasn't much at all. We have many things we're bad at England, one of them being football, you might say, but we're not normally as bad at play acting. There's been the odd dive. There's been the odd dive over the years from English players, but it's less. You know, we're not as bad as some, you know. I think they will keep the hydration break thing for the next World Cup because it's just good for TV advertising and making more money, isn't it? You know, like they definitely will. Dustin, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I think I only answered the question, but thank you. Rob, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support as well. So I was hearing shots that sounded like they were indoors back that way, but I just don't have the gear for it, so I'm going the other way. They've had water breaks in the English football for quite a few seasons. Works fine if it's hot. The players are supported. If it isn't, then it doesn't happen. Fairly. Exactly, where does I think where they're needed, they should have them, but they shouldn't have them all the time just to have adverts. It's not it's not right. You don't need hydration breaks when it's raining and it's not hot. Makingas, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That's really kind, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the support, Makingas. Thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much.
Couple weeks off for surgery. Nothing serious, so I finally get to catch you live. Keep on running.
Ah, grumpy old taters. I hope you're on the mend, dude. Gonna have to find somewhere to cook this boar in a bit, but before we do, let's loot the castle. Yeah, the next tournament is Portugal, Spain, and Morocco, so they're gonna likely need them, aren't they? Playing like that's it. That'll be hotter than well, it might not be. It'll be hotter than some of America, but not all of it. But Morocco, Morocco's Northern Africa, right? And Spain is as hot as fuck in this time of year. So playing in Spain, Portugal, and Morocco is going to be harsh. 40 Celsius kind of like. But it won't be like in America where some of the games are like England's last night, where they're not hot at all. They'll all be hot. Is multi-country hosting going to be the new normal? I don't think so, Hushbang. I think it's depending on who bids. Some countries can host it all, and some can't. It depends. I think the only reason that it's a multi-country hosting for the USA this time is because it's only 20 odd years ago they had it last. They've had it too close together. And so by having Canada and Mexico, it made it more attractive as a proposition to have, and it's been fine. I think it's good. But obviously Canada, America, the USA and Mexico, Mexico, that's a hell of an expanse. It's a very large area to be holding games, whereas Portugal, Spain and Morocco, that's like not much bigger than one or two states of America, right? So it's a much smaller scale, even that. It was 32 years ago, yeah, it was 1994, so God almighty, it's 32 years. That's still not that long, Psychedelic, in the grand scheme of World Cups, is it? It's like how many World Cups? Eight World Cups. It's not that long ago. But yeah, they clearly want to be going that way. I don't think it will always be that way, but so in 2030 it's Uruguay, Argentina and Paraguay, is it? That's interesting. Again, much smaller scale in terms of country size, but a bit more spread. The thing is, it's like it would probably be not so easy for, say, Paraguay to host the tournament, would it? They wouldn't have the scale. So if you're going to go single country, you can only have it in certain countries. You could do an entire World Cup in Spain and Germany and Italy, like they've done in the past, and the UK, England or whatever. But there's not that many. You have to have a really established league with lots of stadiums to do it in one country, unless they're going to do something like Qatar did and build a load of stadiums just for the tournament. Oh, I didn't realise that, Psychedelic. So the next one is being played in those three as well, is it? I didn't know that. That's news to me. I didn't know that either. Pleased about the Tundra, that's good. And the fact that it's got a decent scope on it is good too. It's only one celebrity match in those three countries. Ah, well, that's not quite the same as it hosting it then, is it? That's like getting an extra game.
Have you ever tried or thought of opening your own server or servers?
I'd sooner take a corkscrew and gradually, over the course of many months, twist it into my urethra. Dustin, thank you very much for the super chat. Cheers for the support, dude. No, I used to be the host, not the host. I used to be the mascot for the Spaggy servers. It's not very fun, dude. I've got much respect for the people that are hosting servers and fair play to them, but it's not really my bag, dude. And it just means that, like, if ever I hosted a server, it wouldn't be called TheRunningManZ for sure. It would be called something else entirely. Like, that's certainly something that Smoke did smart with Day 1 and Happy Bombs has done smartly with 0. Like, if you call your server TheRunningManZ, you're in for trouble. Like, literally, the server crashes and everyone's going, why is the server down? Your server is down. Why is it down? Why is it down? Oh, it's frustrating, to say the least, dude. The scenario I described with the corkscrew is actually more fun than hosting a server. Dustin, cheers for the super chat. Figured I'd get that response. Well, if you predicted exactly that response, that's pretty good going. That's the first time I've ever used that analogy, ever. Will you try out Barnby's server? I was on it earlier today, Brian. I had a bit of a run on it. I'm afraid I rather petulantly gave up. It's a great idea, and I think it's a cool thing, but I just really get annoyed by bases being built over looting areas. So, like, the police station at Gorka has got a base in it. You can't loot it. You go to the summer camp in between Mogilevka and Chernarus, and Cherno, and you can't loot it. It's all walled off. That kind of thing fucks me off. So I can't be doing it. I don't think you should be able to base build over hunting areas. It just sucks. I really like the server. I think Hey Barnby's a good dude, and I'd like to try and persist with it, but travelling for ages to get somewhere only to realise it's been based off, it really fucks me off. It's one of my biggest pet peeves in the game, you know, and it's a subjective thing. I'm not saying they should do anything about it. I'm not trying to. It's not like I'm going to message Barnby and say you should do this. It's his server. He should have it however he wants, you know, like, great, but that for me is something that would stop me playing a server.
Mod it the way you want to so that you have your own place to play on, but don't publicly disclose that you own it.
The problem with that, Skipper, is that it's almost impossible to fill a server unless you've got marketing for it. So the only way streamer servers get full is when the streamer markets it. So otherwise, I could start a server tomorrow and call it, I don't know, Johnny the Shoes DayZ Experience, you know, but nobody would play it. It doesn't matter what I do, nobody would play it. I'd have to market it. I'd have to say, guys, I've got this server. It's mine. Cheers for the support, Skip. Appreciate it, dude. Right, and we need a vest, so let's maybe go to Severograd. Isn't there a way to blow through shit or a way to dig under walls? You can blow through a fence, Kaka, but like if you want to get through a fence wall in the game, you need like 12 or 13 grenades, or you need like almost infinity bullets or infinity patience. So to go and get the supplies to do it is really hard, and if it's got multiple walls, you need multiple lots of 12 grenades. That's exactly the other thing as well, Helios. That I don't believe this has happened in any server I play on, to my experience. I certainly don't think it has on 0 or Day 1 or Karma Crew, for example. But if you host your own server, then you are open to accusations that you're doing things to benefit yourself. You know, like you're spawning loot in beforehand, or you're gaining an edge. You know, I don't have admin power on any server. And that way, there's no way I can ever be accused of doing anything dodgy, you know?
Just in disguise, and call it Pinkster's Peril. I am sure Lady P, Michelle C could run it, wouldn't be a hassle for them at all. Instead of wolves, you'd have feral cats you could adopt as companions.
Seems a good idea, Ananab. Yeah, we could call it We could call the server Croatia sucks. Nobody wants to go. If you're from Croatia, that's not what I actually think, by the way, just in case. Up your bum.
A very good
Anna,
evening
thank
to
you.
Mr. TRMZ.
You too, Dutch. Thank you very much. Cheers, Dutch Roller, dude. Thank you. I'm going to need a wee. I might go and make a drink as well. I'm going to do that, actually, while I'm here. Cheers, Dutch Roll. Right, I'm not stopping yet, guys. I'll probably be on for about another hour-ish, roughly. But I'm going to go and make a drink and have a piss. I'll be back in a sec. I think Croatia might beat Portugal as well, Roland, but I think it'll be a very close game. But I have a funny feeling Croatia might beat Portugal. We'll see, though.
TRMZ love.
Right, I'm back. Let me get in.
Little server, let me in.
Yeah, they're zombie sounds. I can't actually hear those noises from the zombies, but it's the zombies that are playing football without a football. I think they used to be footballers before they turned, and they're sort of like playing... There isn't a ball before Pinkster says she can't see the ball. I think they're all there on the pitch with the memory of being footballers from pre-infection. I think that's what it is, you know, they're just there. Hey, Skipper. Oh, Saka was not... I really like Saka in an England shirt, but not at the moment. He just ain't the same, is he? I hope he can find some form and some fitness. But since the injury he had a while ago, a year or so ago, wasn't it? He's just not quite the same. I know I think Psychedelic, who's an Arsenal fan, was saying it earlier, but I've not seen a load of Arsenal, but for England, Saka's been a useful player. In the tournaments, he's been a really important player, but this time he ain't looking the same. How come they didn't take Cole Palmer? Cole Palmer's been massively out of form for a little while. I think he should have took Cole Palmer, by the way. But I think for now, you've got to trust Tuchel. And why didn't he take him? He likes Rodgers, Eze and Bellingham more than Cole Palmer. And, you know, it's hard to argue that they're not in better form than Cole Palmer the second half of the season. That said... I think Bellingham is better. I think Bellingham is our best number 10, so he should be starting anyway. I would have took Cole Palmer. I would, yeah, but I think the glaringly obvious mistake he's made is with the right back situation after Livramento got injured. That's the bigger issue. They said Foden was out of form and he scored an assist more than Madueke. Well, Madueke doesn't even play so much. I think he's not first choice at Arsenal, is he? But I think Madueke is to do with the type of player he is, you know. If Phil Foden's going to play for England, he's got to play on the left, and that's out of position, and he's not effective there, you know. Phil Foden can't... He's not getting ahead of... Oh, shit. Oh, fucking hell. You didn't even see it. Sorry, guys. There was a dude right in front of me as I got in the server. That's bollocks. Oh, fuck me dead. He was looking at me as soon as I moved in. Like, he was literally looking at me. Sorry, I know you didn't see it, but there wasn't much to see. That sucks. I hope that dude wasn't watching the stream. He probably wasn't, but it seems incredibly unlucky. I literally got in, walked 3 paces forward, and then was shot. And the dude was looking at me. Fuck's sake. Fuck me dead. He was really, really, really fucking geared as well. It's a weird spawn, this. I've not spawned in that spot for a... I don't remember spawning there ever. Well, I moved like 3 meters down the hill and then I saw the guy and he just was already aiming and shooting at me, you know. But that doesn't mean he's definitely watching the stream. It could have been bad luck on my part. That kind of thing does happen. But obviously when you're streaming it feels more sus. But it doesn't mean it is. It's just no way to know. Oh, fuck, that sucks. Yeah, I would have liked to take Jared Bowen. I think we were talking about that already, D-Sean. I agree. I think the reason he hasn't is quite simple. And the reason he's taken Madueke is fairly simple. He wants pace. He wants to play like Bayern Munich. And Jared Bowen maybe is not the one for that. I think it's to do with... I think Tuchel has got a plan. That's one thing I like about Tuchel in England. He has a plan. Now, they may not be performing quite how they could. But it's clear that he's got a plan, and his plan is basically to play like Bayern Munich. It's to let Harry Kane be Harry Kane and play with pace on the wings to get past Harry Kane, who drops deep, you know. Jared Bowen is not maybe that player. but Madueke's end product is not good, but he's utilising the space that Harry Kane is creating, and he's got pace. That's why he's in. I think that's why that's what he's doing. That's why he's picking the players he's picked. You can see why he's doing it. Whether it works or not is another thing, but I think it makes sense. The dude that killed me doesn't even need my Tundra. He was so fucking geared.
TRMZ love.
Like, I'm only on for another, like, hour, and like now it sucks. It's what it is, though. Yeah, I went to Cosmos, Meryl. I went to Cosmos with my daughter about a month ago. It was alright. I liked it there. I like. There's a lot of choice Chinese food-wise, which I'm very, very keen on. I know, you're right, dude. I think Tuchel snubbed them for where they finished in the league. I don't think that's the case, D. Sean. I think it's all about the type of... Like Morgan Gibbs-White, he's up against an awful lot of other players that clearly Tuchel prefers. I think it's all about a plan to play around Harry Kane and make... Harry Kane is England's best player, and Southgate seemingly wanted to play his way and make Harry Kane play that way. Whereas Tuchel, it seems to have come in and accepted that Harry Kane is the only way that England can win the World Cup, and is setting the team up to play that way for him. And I think that makes sense. It's the only way England can win the tournament. I don't think they will win it, but they have a chance, and they have a plan to play a certain way as a result. He told us he would take informed players and play at Premier League pace or intensity. Well, they definitely did in the second half against Croatia, D-Sean. They definitely did. The reality is, dude, since then they've played against two low-block teams that defended for their lives, you know. I think it's really... Like, the reality is as well, though, when they play an open, expensive team, we could get our arse handed to us. But nonetheless, I think, based on the way it's gone, I think he's got 7 points from a possible 9. He's topped the group. We're in the easy half of the draw. I think he's doing okay. They're playing a lot better than they did under Safegate. They are. Like, the second half against Croatia wouldn't have happened. They're not just, like for example, yesterday, they went 1-0 up. They went off looking for another goal. Against Southgate, Henderson would have been on earlier and would have been fucking defending for our lives for the last 5 minutes. He's definitely playing a better way than Southgate, and he's doing kind of what he said. They're not playing brilliantly well, but he is doing what you just described. Oh my god, that death sucks. Fuck. I think he wants to hit teams on the counter. Well, I don't even think it's necessarily that, but they have got the pace to do that. I think Harry Kane is a really good passer of the ball. In the Champions League, Harry Kane made an absolutely fucking worldie of a pass to set up Diaz. I think in the quarter-final of the Champions League. Harry Kane is really good at setting up goals. He drops deep. He drops back to be centre-back playing for Bayern Munich. He's defending. He's in the centre. He's all over the place. And he does that for Bayern Munich. And clearly Tuchel is playing the same way, you know. Unfortunately, we don't have Musiala and Elise. We've got fucking Gordon and an unfit Saka. But you can see the plan, and I think that makes sense. I think he's doing it right. I can see why he's not took Bowen. He deserves to be in ahead of Madueke, but he's not as quick, and that's what he's picking the team based on Kane. Fielding a team for around a player worked for Ted Lasso with Zava, yeah. It also worked for King Gary with Abusi. That's a reference not many people will get. The tactics, pass to Abusi. Get the ball, pass to Abusi. Free kicks, Abusi. Penalties, Abusi. Throw-ins, Abusi. I think I might try and get back to where I died, see if my Tundra's there. I may not find it, to be fair. Yeah, it would be nice to see Rio and Gamoa there, but it was too late to. The way he played in the friendly, you know, he would be dangerous in this. You know, he's got no fear. He's young. He's got more end product than Madueke already. I think. I'm not saying he's a better player, but I think he will be. I think he is a better player, to be fair, but he's just not played enough for Liverpool yet. It's too early to take him, I think. But it would have been nice to see him there. He could have been a much different option than the two that are there. Yeah, but Kane can do both, Deshaun. Kane, for me, is at his best when he's in the box. Kane is at his best when he plays like Kane. You know, he drops deep all the time for Bayern Munich. He's just broke all kinds of records for goals. You know, he can be in the box when needed. It's not like England are crossing and Harry Kane's on our own 18-yard box, is it? When he needs to be there, he is there. But he's falling back into midfield, and then the wingers need to bomb on past him. That's kind of part of it. It also, when he does that, a defensive midfielder comes up with him, sometimes two. In the game the other day, there was 2 or 3 on him. When he comes deep, players go with him, and it creates space for the other players. It's really important, you know, it works. I don't think Elliot Anderson is slowing play down too much. I think he's been solid. I think he was pretty solid last night. He's more defensively minded than Declan Rice, but I don't think he's massively slowing play down. I think he's playing pretty well. He was pretty good last night. Jude Bellingham was the best player, though. Out of position for him, he was immense. I think Canada, mate. I think Canada will win today. But if England get beat by Mexico or even whoever if England get beat, then I think there's plenty of criticism can come Tuchel's way. But right now, personally, I quite like it if you've got a manager that takes over your team or whatever, and it's why in the end I think Slot was right to be gone. If you can see what the plan is, and you can see the style of play, and you can see what they're trying to implement, that's normally a really good sign. Now, I know Tuchel's been in charge for a while, but this is the first tournament. It's the first time it really matters. You can see what his plan is, you can see what he's doing, and you can see how he's trying to set them up to get the best out of what he's got. And it makes sense, you know. They're not exactly setting the world alight right now, but it's only the group stages, you know. Like, they need to progressively get better. Maybe they will, maybe they'll get beat, but at least you can see what his plan is. I couldn't see what Southgate's plan was. Southgate's plan seemed to be to get a goal from a corner or something and then sit on that for the rest of the game. And that was the plan, you know. I can see what Tuchel's plan is. Which is always a positive thing, you know, like when what's his face, Ten Hag was towards the end, you just couldn't see a style of play with Man U, you know, like there was no, you couldn't see it. Like he'd come in, you couldn't see what the style of play was and why they were signing the players and whatnot, you know. It doesn't mean it always works, but at least there was a plan. Even with Liverpool under Dalglish, it didn't work. But they signed Downing and Andy Carroll, and they signed players to play a certain way. Carroll to score them, and Downing to cross them. They had a plan with the players in mind, and it didn't work out with those. But luckily, we bought some other players at similar times that were much better. I think they signed Philip Coutinho in the same window as Andy Carroll. You know, that was quite a success. But nonetheless, at least there's a plan, and that's no bad thing. I think Southgate did a really solid job not really over it. I did. He may well end up being one of them. He is like second most successful manager England have ever had. He did a lot of good things. I just think at the start he was talking about not relying on the same players and not picking on reputation. But towards the end, that's what he was doing. You know, the longer you stay in the job, the more you start relying on the players rather than picking on form. You know, I don't think Tuchel's doing that. To the detriment of the team in some ways, maybe. Certainly with Trent, you know, but nonetheless, I still think right now, there's been so many tournaments. It's very rare that England qualify top of the group with 7 points. You know, they actually had a relatively hard group. Croatia are good. Like they're not, the group is not. It's not the group of death or anything. But England's group is not an easy group. Each game had their own challenges. Right? We got 7 points. We've only let in 2 goals against Croatia, who we beat 4-2. You know, it's not all doom and gloom. You know. Why is my HUD so faded? You can turn it down in the menu, dude, and I'm using an OLED monitor, so it's just to help avoid screen burn. There's a setting in the menu to reduce the HUD brightness, and it just makes it easier to avoid screen burn. Wanting pace but not Cole Palmer. Well, he clearly prefers Eze and Rodgers and Bellingham, you know, and I certainly, second half of last season, you couldn't say that any of those aren't more informed. I also think Cole Palmer is a really good player, but for me personally, Jude Bellingham is our world-class number 10. He's the best player we have for that position, so if he's fit, it doesn't really matter. However, I do think Cole Palmer coming on for 20 minutes, half an hour would be good. I think I'd like that, yeah. Apparently that picture of Trent's ex is a faked picture, Sean. It's like something that's done the rounds, but it's kind of not really proven. I've not played with OG for a little while, Darian, but I'm sure I will do again at some point. Yeah, he's a good dude. I like OG. England had one of the best teams, but Southgate had a horrendous outlook to the game. I think the problem is that England have had one of the best. Like in the Gerrard, Lampard, Paul Scholes generation, we had arguably the best team. There was a time under Venables where we had everything but Darren Anderton on the wing that wasn't quite perfect, but we had on paper one of the best teams, just like we always do. But at least Southgate got us to 2 finals. We lost one of them on penalties, for fuck's sake. You know, like I know Southgate was a little bit dull and he was a bit too defensively minded, but he still did better than everybody else did, you know. Why did you eat that pepper and not plant the seeds for infinite peppers? Because I ain't about waiting for a pepper to grow. Most teams play with an attacking midfield in them tiers. They might, like, it might not be a traditional number 10 role, but most teams play with a Messi or somebody else that's like the attacking midfielder, not necessarily a forward. I've not seen Argentina play this year. I'm sure he's not playing centre forward, is he? You know, like most teams have an attack-minded midfielder and a more defensive midfielder or two. I don't think that's true. Yeah, I don't think he'd get in ahead of Messi for Argentina. Like, Bellingham didn't play as a number 10 yesterday. He was still man of the match and he played as a centre mid. Cassivs, thank you very much for the 16 months. Primal, sorry dude, you sniped me while I was AFK and I didn't realise. Thank you very, very much. Masovsky, thank you for the 51. Messi is Messi, he plays where he wants. Yeah, that's true. I still think Vinicius Jr. is better than Bellingham for now. Well, he's a different player, isn't he? You know, like, they're different position entirely, you know. I don't know. Like, if you watch that game yesterday, Bellingham looked like an all-action Steven Gerrard-esque midfielder. He made amazing passes, scored a goal, set up a goal, was making sliding tackles. He looked like a complete player to me, you know. But he's not. He's not this. It's like comparing like R9, like the Ronaldo striker, with, I don't know, Steven Gerrard or something. You know, completely different positions, really. Like Vinicius Jr. plays front left wing. You know, it's not. It doesn't really compare for me. I think he is going under the radar, though. He scored 4 goals, and he's looking very dangerous, but he's not being talked about as much as Mbappe or Haaland or Kane or whatnot. I'd actually like to see England play that way a bit more, you know, like play with Rice and Bellingham. But the problem is Rodgers was so shy. Eze didn't do a lot when he came on, but I'd like to see Eze, if we're going to play that way again, I'd like to see Eze play instead of Rodgers. Maybe I've got it in for Rodgers a little bit, but I've not seen much of Villa, and yesterday I thought he was terrible. It was like he wasn't on the pitch most of the game. Rodgers was bad yesterday, Deshaun. Rodgers was bad. He hardly did anything. I don't know what game you were watching if you thought he was good. I thought Rodgers did fuck all. Mousobski, thank you again, dude. I really could do without the wolves. I can't even kill them. We're not actually a million miles away from where I died. I might be able to get back there. Canada, Jimmy. There's another pack to my left. Hi, I'm a Danny. Hope you're good. You hear the indoor gunshot? Nope. I don't know. Pressing is something that everybody has to do, Deshaun. It's not enough to be Gordon did pretty well in the first game pressing-wise, you know, but he seems to be getting pelters. But Rodgers did press pretty well. I just felt like the ball was bouncing off him. He never got a look in. I don't know. I feel like Saka didn't play very well, but he was on the ball lots. Same for Rashford, you know. Rashford's end product was not great. I just didn't see Rodgers hardly ever getting the ball. I didn't see what he contributed. He didn't. The ball looked. His first touch didn't look amazing. He didn't really do anything. Saka was not good. No. I agree with that, Camouflage. The defence needs sorting, or a better team will tear England a new one. Well, against better opposition, they won't be resting Declan Rice, will they? Excuse me. They'll be playing probably Rice and Anderson, you would guess, and then Rodgers will be off and Bellingham will be further up the field, but which will help. I'd like to, if they're going to play Rodgers, I'd like to see him try Rodgers on the left instead of Rashford. You know, why not put him there? I think Rashford seems okay. Yesterday, he looked good on the ball. He looked confident. He had a couple of chances. One that was pretty decent, and he shot low left, and the keeper saved it. But he also did a lot of headless running, where he just dribbled into the defender, and lost the ball. And I don't know. He just doesn't look like he's ever going to create a goal. I've seen a bit of America, dude. There isn't a player in the team that would start in England's team. That McKennie, I think his name is decent. He looks good, but none of. This is not me showing off, by the way. Like, if America played the USA tomorrow, the USA could potentially win because teams can win games, you know. But on paper, in terms of quality of the players, there isn't one player that would get in the starting 11. No. And there is that thing with World Cups as well. McKennie looks brilliant at the moment. Like, I've seen him a bit, and he looks good. But that can happen, you know, like Djibril Cissé. Like, you can get players that look great in a World Cup, but then over the course of a season, they're kind of bang average, you know, and that does happen. I think America are going to lose against Belgium or Senegal. I can hear those. I have a funny feeling Senegal might beat Belgium, but I don't know. I think either of those two teams will probably beat America. England be finished without Kane and Bellingham. Well, you could say that about most teams, Fitz. You know, if you take Vinicius Junior out of Brazil, they've got next to nobody to score a goal. You know, like if you take Mbappe and Dembele out of France, they wouldn't be finished, but they would struggle. You know, that's the same with any team. You know, like not many teams have got more than 2 world-class players. That's the way it is. You know. I've not seen a lot of Germany, but if you take Musiala and Wirtz out of Germany, they wouldn't be anything, you know. That's the same with it. Take the 2 best players out of most teams, they wouldn't be anything. That's how it is, yeah. Right, so that hill in front, like further in front, is where I died. I'm just going to run to that. I don't know if I'll be able to find my body, but I'm going to try. What type of ammo do you like to use for shotguns? Soggy, I always use the red shells. Unless it's my only gun, in which case I can make a case for the green. But red shells all the way for a shotgun. It's for close range, right? If you're using green shells, it's not that great for close. Do you have any advice for someone new to Deer Isle? Good luck. I don't know. I'd start trying to work out your way to Alcatraz Island or Paris Island and just try and start learning loot routes and stuff. Some teams play extremely well together, others have lots of great players and just can't work it out. I think that's true, but the good teams with poorer players don't normally make it to World Cup finals. In fact, there hasn't ever been one. You know, it's certainly in the modern era. The good teams tend to get to a point like Morocco.
Let's go, keep on running.
Morocco is a really good
still
team.
Amazes me how well you know the map. Lol, I'm always getting lost.
But they
Love
don't
you,
have
bye.
many stars. They actually look better this time than last, you know. So maybe this time they'll get far again. But same with Turkey in 2002. You know, they had a really good team, but not many good players, and they made it a long way. But they don't get to the finals. You need a combination of a good team and good players. That's where the semi-final normally sees the last of the outperformers. The ones that are performing above themselves normally get weeded out in the semi-final stage, as a rule. I've not seen Belgium, Mattel, but I think their chances of winning a tournament were in the last couple, not this one. You know, like their sort of golden generation is kind of gone, Hazard and co. And I think De Bruyne is a little bit over the top. I've not seen them play much, but my gut feeling is they might not get past Senegal. Yeah, it seems to be more likely in the Euros, Deshaun, doesn't it? Like we've had a couple of Greece won it and Denmark won the Euros, but there's never been a Greece or a Denmark style win in the World Cup. But Vader, like I say, I'm talking about World Cups. Like for whatever reason, there's a big reason. There's way more teams. It's a harder tournament to win. At some point, the World Cup's always contested between 2 of the favoured teams. You know. To be fair, you could argue that in 2018 Croatia weren't favoured, but they were one of the best teams in it. You know, they had really good players. Modric at the height of his powers, you know. Yeah, they didn't win the World Cup, Jimmy. They won the Euros, which is a much different tournament. Mr. Shu, if I do the Deer Isle quest, I'd probably like to do it solo, but that won't be until it goes 1.0, whenever that is. Like, it's currently on experimental, or 6.0, whatever it's called. Who wins the Ice Cream World Cup? Black Cherry Gelato. so I died somewhere around here. My body should still be here. A bit further round, I think, actually. Argentina will be in the final. Maybe. They're probably going to get to the semi-final because their draw's quite favourable. But Colombia could be tricky in the last 16. If England get there, then they'll play Argentina in the semis, which would be amazing. It could be Brazil, which, as much as I'd love to see England there, Brazil versus Argentina in the semis would be amazing. You never know, though. Brazil might even lose to Japan. There's a lot of jeopardy, it seems, you know, like... I've got a funny feeling that Argentina's run might come to an end. You know, they're absolutely on fire right now. Messi banging them in, but I think they're going to be undercooked when they get to the semis. I think they're going to be undercooked for the challenge of whoever they face. Personally, it's just a feeling, though. Maybe they might lose in the semis. And hopefully that's against England. How good would that be? Right, this is about where I was. Might have been a bit further round. I think I was slightly further round than this. There's never been a time when America has been favourite. Pull my finger, no. It is Mizdi, yeah. I don't know if I can find my body in this. I didn't really think about it. And what are the chances of someone being so close in front of me when I log in? You know, that sucks. It feels like it was about here. Just give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to have to just quickly look at the YouTube stream to see where I was. I can't show you it because I haven't set up display capture on my OBS since the new PC, so I just have to just watch it. YouTube. I actually just found the spot where I was. I came from the flat bit. From a hunting stand. Okay. I came from the hunting stand and went sort of straight down, and then I curved left a touch after it started sloping. No, I didn't. Right, okay. Right. So I need to find the hunting stand that's up here. Hey Stormblade, I'm doing alright, dude. Back to streaming. I've got 2 weeks of regularly scheduled streams before I'm away to America land. So I need to find the hunting stand that's just at the top of the hill somewhere. Right, that's it. So I'm actually really close. I do wonder if maybe my body's despawned and I'm wasting my time, but I came this way. I kind of came down around the edge of this tree, and I came down, and then it went like that. I went slightly to the right, and then I logged out in like some kind of tree like that. I might have gone a little bit left, and this tree here I think might be the one I logged out at, maybe. Or that one. I think that one. Which means I died about here. And there's no gear. And no flies. The guy that shot me was pretty much about here, facing up towards me. It's so unlucky. I think that's the tree I logged out in, pretty much sure, and then I got killed pretty much here. So he didn't loot me and my body's despawned by the look of it. Oh well, that was a waste of time. Puff, with the way streaming is now, if you've got a decent modern graphics card, you don't need 2 stream PCs anymore. They've massively improved MVenc encoding, and you can do, if you've got a beast graphics card, you can stream to multiple places from one rig. There's no reason to get a secondary PC. It feels more likely that they were watching Deshawn, but there's no proof, you know. People sometimes, it happens, you know. You can randomly have somebody log in front of you. It happens, you know. But the chances are of like hundreds of thousands to 1. But if you play enough, it does happen. However, it's more likely that they were watching the stream and got in the right position. But there's no way to know. There's no way to know. If you're talking probability, one's a lot more likely than the other, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. Did I see Australia versus Algeria? No, it was like 3 AM or something for us, RBZ. It was way too late. I watched the England game last night, and then the next game after that kicked off at 2 AM. Yeah, if you're using a 5090 Puffed, for example, it's got 3 NVENC codecs in it, so it can stream multiple times from the one graphics card without any loss of performance. It's got 3 NVENC stream chips in it, so you can stream to YouTube, you can stream to Twitch, and you can record with Shadowplay, and you're not getting any loss of performance. On the subject of PCs, don't forget, if you're looking for a new PC, to check out what PC specialists do, !PC. What's the difference between a 5080 and a 5090? The 5090 is the only card that has multiple NVENC chips in it, so solely for streaming and to more than one place, the 5090 is better for streaming. Beyond that, the 5090 is overkill for like regular gaming, certainly for DayZ, you know, but for streaming there are reasons why you might want to use it if you were trying to be a full-time streamer or something. But just for playing DayZ, it's massively overkill, obviously, you know. Oh, bollocks. Dead zombies. PC specialists ship to the whole of Europe, Jester. So yeah, !PC to get a link to the website. And if you do decide to order, make sure you use the code TRMZ40 for a little bit of money off. I've no idea on the cost of a 5080 Megatech, but the top spec kind of normal grade, like consumer grade graphics cards are always crazy money now. A 5090 is ridiculously expensive. There's no denying it. The cost is insane. if you go back to when the 780 Ti was the equivalent to nowadays is 5090, the cost difference is insane, isn't it? You know, like a top-end graphics card 10 or 12 years ago was the difference is so big. You can craft a bag, dude. Yeah, you can craft a bag with a burlap sack, or this bag is actually made from the skin of a boar. You combine the skin of a boar with a rope. COVID era really ignited the price gouging of GPUs. I think it was more. I think it was more to do with mining, wasn't it? Bitcoin mining at the time. That was partly it. Now is it AI and fuck knows what? I don't know, but it was Bitcoin that was making everybody buy the graphics cards. Don't you need to cure the pelt? Nope, not the boar. You don't know. Oh, I'm so gutted. I ran all that way and my body had already despawned. It probably took me longer than I realised. My daughter's fiance works with graphics cards that are 17 grand. Holy shit. Can it run Hashima? What's a good scope for a DMR? The marksman scope is the best scope for the DMR, Nibs, if you can find it. Other than that, either of the ACOGs. I prefer the smaller ACOG. Not the 6x ACOG is not my favourite, but the red dot's nice, but I don't like the zoom. But the best scope is the marksman. It basically makes it effectively a hunting scope on a DMR. Hi Fibstar, it's been a bit of a shite day to be honest in terms of the run, but I was really unlucky with the most recent death, but there we are. Did I put those pants in the dryer? No, I've curled them up so the ladies can see my shins. No, they like that. I'm sorry to say it, guys. I think I'm going to call it there. There's a football match on in an hour, which I'll probably try and catch. And I need to water the garden and make some dinner. Sun's out, shins out. Exactly. Mining everything but Bitcoin. Ah, interesting. Okay. Were they opal mining? Like the Outback opal hunters? Judas, thank you very much for the membership. Azab, Jonas, thank you as well. Right, I'm back tomorrow. I'm streaming Monday to Thursday this week, after today, obviously. And I'm playing with Muller tomorrow, so we're going to carry on the Banov run from yesterday's video. If you've not seen it, don't forget to watch yesterday's video. It would be a good idea to do so, because you'll get to see the adventure I'm going to carry on tomorrow with any good luck. With any luck, hopefully. Thanks a lot for coming in, guys. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I will be back again tomorrow. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.